pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we get underway, there's a few matters that I need to address. First off, before we go any further, the fire exit is located to your left. In the event of a fire, you will be notified by an announcement. If notified, please move in a calm and orderly fashion to the exit. Do not use the elevator. Use either the north or the south stairs to leave the building. Our meetings are being recorded by our secretary, Michelle, for the purpose of a record and minutes, not as a verbatim transcript. When you come to help her keep things sorted, when you come to the podium, if you would please identify yourself and speak into the microphone. When the applicants we follow the items in the order that they appear on the agenda. There are extra copies of the agenda on the table near the door. Once the case is called, the applicant or their representative will come to the podium, identify themselves, state their address, then pause a moment, raise their right hand to be sworn, and then present their case. During the presentation of the case by the applicant or their representative, members of the board will have the opportunity to ask questions or engage in conversations with the applicant and or their representative. Once that process has been completed, we'll then open the matter for public input. Anyone wishing to speak to the board regarding the application should come forward to the podium, identify themselves along with their address, and direct their questions and comments to the board, not to the applicant or their representative. There are three categories of public input that have been identified thus far. The first is those who wish to speak in favor of the application, and this is the order in which we solicit public input. Those who wish to speak in favor of the application come first. If there's more than one of you, we'd ask that you line up along the west wall there so that we can move along and hear everybody. The second category is those who wish to speak in opposition to the application. And the third category is those who are not in favor or opposed to the application but want to discuss some aspect that the application brings to light with us. Once all the public input has been completed, we then give the opportunity back to the applicant or their representative to address any issues that were raised during the public input portion of the meeting. Once that is completed, then the hearing is closed and we'll continue on to the next case. When we have completed all of the cases on the agenda, the board will take a brief recess. Once we return, we will then deliberate on the cases in the order that the cases appear on the agenda and for which the applicant or their representative remain present. So if the first applicant has left but the second applicant is present, we would take the second case first, complete all the cases for those who are still present, then go back to the first case and go down the agenda in the order of those who have left. During this portion of the meeting, there is no public input unless it is asked for by the board, and it sometimes is. But you're welcome to stay and listen as the board discusses and deliberates on each of the cases. If you wish to leave, you're certainly free to do that. If you want to leave and you're interested in knowing what the results are, you can either catch us on TV or you can call the Planning and Zoning Department tomorrow morning after 9 and they'll be glad to share the decisions that we make tonight. I believe we're now ready to call the first case on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item on the agenda is case number ZB 1807-7. Upon the matter of request by Joseph Prestigiacomo for area variances to construct a dock with boat hoist and jet ski platform exceeding maximum permitted square footage and length and with less than required side setback on premises 1372 Bayshore Boulevard in an R2 residential district.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Prestigiacomo. I'm a resident of 1372 Bayshore Boulevard. I am requiring a variance side
Raise your
setback.
right hand, I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Anyways, as I was saying, I am asking the board to look over my case for a variance for a side setback, also a total length of dock variance, and a total square footage that exceeds the town's limit right now. At this time, I am dealing with the four agencies, Office of General Services, DEC, Department of State, and the Army Corps of Engineers. I have submitted several different plans. I do not have a definitive answer at this point. I submitted to you, to the town every time that I've had discussions with them. But at this point, the last drawing I submitted to the town board and also to all four agencies, and still have not heard anything from them. And until I hear a definitive answer from all four and that they agree with it, then I would be willing to come back and present it so I have the exact numbers of what the side variance would be, what the total length of the dock would be allowed, and what the total square footage would be.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're indicating is that the application isn't finalized yet, and so you'd like to come back on another day when it is.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the matter was scheduled for a public hearing, so what I'm going to do is, we're gonna open it up for public input because it was advertised. There are a number of people here tonight. I have no idea, if this or something else, brings them out, but we're gonna give everybody an opportunity to be heard who is here that wishes to be heard. And then, when the application would be final, then we can come back and we can open it up with the final application again to public input, because we're obviously always interested in hearing what anybody has to say.
Okay. Thank you,
So,
sir.
I didn't mean to cut off the board. I don't know if the board members had any questions or comments, but I just wanted to be clear as to whether or not that's what you were looking for tonight.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Could, just out of curiosity, could we ask the people out in the audience if there's anybody here to speak for or against, and forego hearing the, if there's nobody here to discuss it, then just postpone it, just
We could do that.
table it?
Sure. Let me ask, is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor, opposed, or about this application at 1372 Bay Shore Boulevard? There were two people here.
Okay, then we
Alright.
got it.
So we'll give you the opportunity to be heard.
Okay.
Is there anything else you wanted to address tonight?
No, I'll keep the town informed like
Okay.
I have been, and the second I have all four agencies in agreement, I'll not reapply, but let them know and then schedule it back.
All right. And I don't know whether the people who raised their hands wish to speak in favor or in opposition or about your application, but I would suggest it might be beneficial to you to speak to them as well in the interim.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Step right up, sir.
My name is Chris Lagozio. My family and I live at 1370 Bayshore Boulevard. We're Joe's immediate neighbor to the south.
I believe you sent a letter.
I did
at
send
some
a letter
point, did you
back
not?
in June when this was first on the agenda for July.
All right, because I remember reading your letter, but because it's been postponed several times, I was unable to put my hands on your letter.
Okay,
So,
well, I was gonna ask and hope that everybody had reviewed it and perhaps re-reviewed it, given the 2 months that have elapsed. before I get into anything, I guess I'm wondering if it makes sense to speak now, or, I mean, the board is gonna give approval tonight without a
Oh, no,
full-
there's not gonna be any approvals tonight, as Mr. Prestigiacomo indicated, he doesn't have a final plan yet.
Okay,
He's still discussing with the four agencies who are involved the particulars, so he doesn't know how much of a variance, if any, he'll need. He doesn't know, the particulars, so, that's why I asked him, you know,
right,
about, so we're gonna put it off to another day. Since it had been advertised, I don't
Yes.
want anyone to feel that we're not giving you a chance to be heard. But on the other hand, it might make more sense to come back on the next time when he actually, whenever that may be, when he actually knows
Okay.
what it is that he's gonna ask us to actually approve.
and there wouldn't be a chance that things would be denied tonight without a formal,
Nothing will be denied or approved
Okay.
tonight because the applicant has asked and agreed to have it tabled.
okay, even though it's been tabled twice already?
The applicant can continue to table it as long as it's with his consent. The town isn't forced into taking either an approval or a disapproval, correct?
Okay,
Well, the town has 62 days after the public hearing to render a decision under New York town law. So,
Even if the public hearing is adjourned in progress?
well, you know, the state law doesn't really reach that issue, but I would say after the public hearing's concluded, 62 days.
All right, well, we're gonna keep the public hearing open.
okay,
So it'll still be open when his application is finalized. And we're certainly welcome to hear from you tonight if you'd like, or if you'd like to wait, that's
I
fine
think-
too.
I think I prefer to wait,
Okay,
thank you.
you're very welcome.
Okay.
And there was someone else who'd raised their hand.
I am Dolores Tyler. I live at 1350 Bay Shore Boulevard. I am within 200 feet south of the applicant from his front yard. I am against it. We are a neighborhood, not a marina. What he is proposing sounds like a marina. And if anybody has gone down along that little area of Bay Shore Boulevard, the cattails are there. The cattails keep growing every year. Where is he putting his dock? Is he going north and south or east and west? And how much docking, length of docking does he want? I think that is it.
I believe the answers to those questions are going to be forthcoming at a later meeting, is what I gathered from him. So I would
thank
welcome
you.
and encourage you to come back the next time and it'll be advertised when it's going to be back on the agenda. Because I don't know when he's talking about dealing with 4 state agencies, I believe, to try and get something resolved.
Right.
It could take years.
I thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Gentleman's coming back up.
Can I readdress?
Sure.
Been a frustration for my family and I, because we're dealing with a dock that is encroaching on our water rights, currently built over the property line, and the continuing delays have just been very frustrating to us. It's really hedged us in. I mean, we wouldn't be able to sell our property. We won't, we haven't been able to use full access to the water because of Mr. Prestigiacomo's dock.
Well, his current dock
His current dock,
is not before us.
well, his current dock doesn't have a building permit.
Well, understand what we do. We take applications from residents concerning their property that are asking us to approve changes that otherwise would not be allowed under the code.
Okay.
In terms of what's already there and whether it meets the code, that's not something that the zoning board of appeals has any authority over. The town, however, may be the appropriate place for you to take up issues with what's been done with or without permits in the right place or not.
Well, and we have been told that as as long as he's got an application pending with the zoning board, that the town won't enforce building code violations.
Well,
So it seems like we're delaying and delaying.
I can
We've spent
understand
the
your
whole summer-
frustration. The problem is, we don't have anything to decide one way or the other.
Okay, well, I guess
If we
I
were to
just-
go ahead tonight and let's say approve his application, the question would be, what did we approve?
No, I understand. I just would like to put my frustration on the record. We're now going on 3 months of living with a dock that restricts our water rights without any,
Duly noted, and, if it's, if it's an issue that the town chooses not to address, perhaps you could take that up with the town or the town attorney.
we have.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Sorry, we can't help you tonight.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
We are going, instead of, normally I would close the hearing at this point, but we're not going to close the hearing. We are going to recess the hearing and table, well, we're gonna deviate here from what I said earlier. I would make a motion that we table this application to a future date when the applicant has successfully concluded his discussions with all applicable agencies and has an actual plan for us to consider.
Second.
All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7 votes in favor, no opposed. We're all present, and we will move on now to the next case. Also, I would ask before the next, when it does come back up, if we could get a copy of that letter. I don't know what I did with mine, but if we could circulate that.
We can certainly recirculate the full packet.
All right, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is case number ZB 1809-1. Upon the matter of request by Resurrection Lutheran Church for an area variance to allow shared parking on premises 3736 and 3746 St. Paul Boulevard in an R1 residential district.
And I'm conflicted out of this matter, so I'm gonna step away.
Welcome. Sorry about that.
My name is Tim Travers. I live at 386 Oak Ridge Drive.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
I'm here on behalf of Resurrection Lutheran Church at 3736 St. Paul Boulevard. We've had a house on the property. It was an old parsonage at 3746 St. Paul Boulevard that for the last 26 or 27 years has housed the Sunset House, which is a comfort care facility for the dying. We have leased that property to Sunset House for $1 a year. About a year ago, they came to us and offered to buy the property. We have both sides, our congregation and Sunset House's board, have approved the sale. We have in the agreement of sale an agreement for an easement of parking, ingress and egress, as well as a parking one, because for the entire time that Sunset House has been there, we've shared the north parking lot, north side parking lot of the church, without any issues or anything. But now that we're selling part of the property, they have not enough parking for them, and sometimes we need to use their parking for Sunday mornings. So for that, we need a variance, and so we're here.
Your application makes reference to a reciprocal easement for shared parking. Is that actually been drawn and signed
It is drawn, it will be signed at closing.
at the closing?
It's been approved by the parties.
Okay.
So all I can say is that there's no change to the property itself, nor is there any change to the use of the property. The only change is who's gonna be owning
Who
which
owns what and
piece,
who can
which
use
piece
what.
of the property, that's correct.
Okay. Questions from the board?
By the looks of the map, the ingress is the church's, will be the church's property, and the regress will be the Sunset House's
That's correct.
property?
That's correct.
Or will still
And
be-
there's separate document for ingress and egress, rights.
But same, everything stays the same.
Everything stays the same.
Okay.
The Sunset House, this operation's been going on for years, you said?
Yes, 27 years,
Okay, so there hasn't been any problem as far as,
none whatsoever.
because,
Do we have to be concerned about liability issues here with the parking? I mean, has it come up? Has it ever been a problem, or?
There has been no problem. Sunset House had, well, the church carried liability, property, insurance for the entire property. And that will continue to be the case. Each party will have insurance for their part of the property. But there have been no incidents.
Good.
just, have you figured out how many spaces are required for each use?
So in this instance, because they're proposing shared parking, the zoning relief that's being granted is the sharing of the parking. I believe that, and I can calculate what their use requirement would be for the Sunset House portion.
Yeah, it's not that important, I was just wondering. Okay, the only other question or issue I have, if you're selling off the property, that the garage in the back actually opens out onto parking spaces now that when people are parked there, you're not gonna be able to access that garage. I was just, is that
No,
a-
there's clearance, and
Lot.
that property and the clearance is part of Sunset House property.
okay.
And just for the board's knowledge and awareness, this particular subdivision of land already received planning board approval back in June. And so the item before this board is really just the piece of the shared parking. Because of the way our code is written, shared parking isn't something that can just be done without this board's approval, at least in this district.
Just a personal note about the Sunset House. I think it's a wonderful part of Arundequite, and they do a very nice job for what they do and have to do.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Step right forward. Evening, Mary Joyce, how are you?
Good evening. It's nice to be here. I am Mary Joyce DeRizio, 400 Imperial Circle, and I am president of the Sunset House. And we are truly grateful that the church is willing to sell us this house because, as Mr. Lapari said, it is an asset in town. To answer some of your questions, at any one time, we only have 2 residents. With the 2 residents, there would be 1 nurse on staff and a volunteer. The director is there 3 days a week. So at most, at any one time, we would have 4 or 5 cars. The only time that we would have any more than 4 or 5 cars would be when we have our Love Always fundraiser. Some of you have attended that. That's when we have the bags that are luminaries in memory of those who have lost someone to cancer. And that is usually around the 14th of February, known as Valentine's Day. the garage is part of the Sunset House, and we do have already liability insurance as well as all of the others to protect the nurses, the director, the umbrella that covers other incidental items. So I would think the questions that have been posed, I have answered, and we look forward to your approval. We do have the easement agreement, the purchase and sale, and right of refusal signed by both the Sunset House Board and the congregation. So we are just awaiting what is really a procedural action for the shared parking so that then we can go to the Attorney General for the actual closing, because we do have some capital improvement projects that we need to complete on the Sunset House. So we're anxious for this to be approved, and I thank you for letting me speak this evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Anybody who'd like to talk to us about parking or anything else that had to do with the application, neither in favor or against? Seeing none, we will close the hearing and move on to the next item on our agenda.
Next item on the agenda is case number ZB 1809-2. Upon the matter of request by Argy May Davis for area variances to maintain an existing front and side yard fence on a corner lot exceeding maximum permitted height and non-conforming fence type on premises 134 Creekside Drive in an R2 residential district.
Hello, everybody. My name is Argy Davis, and I do live at 134 Creekside Drive.
You'd raise your right hand, ma'am, excuse me. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I came down here for one purpose, and I end up with a whole lot of other stuff. But I wanted to replace my fence, which is on the back of my house, but I'm on a corner lot, and a portion of the backyard fence is facing Ellenwood. And I was just replacing the old fence, and the fence I was replacing is vinyl, and it's 5.5 feet tall, which the old fence was 6 feet. And I ran into a problem where my neighbors on the back of me had built a fence from the side of their house right up onto mine. And it caused a problem where the guys who was putting up the fence tried to come in toward my house, and the fence wasn't level, so I stopped them. So now I came up with this variance thing saying that my fence is too tall and that it's in the front of my house, which I dispute. It's the side and the back of my house. But I also found out through this that my neighbor on the back was enjoying a big chunk of my property, and he was told to put up a fence. So I was lost after that. I just didn't know where to go. But I'm here tonight because I do not want to cut my fence. I don't understand it. When I bought the house, I had a 6 feet fence. I was just replacing it with a 5.5 feet vinyl fence, getting rid of the wood fence.
Part of the problem you're running into is because we have this problem with just about every corner lot in town. And that is that the town zoning ordinance defines your front as not being what every single person, including the, well, possible exception of the Postal Service, views as being your front. But the narrowest side of your lot is what the town regards as your front. So because your lot is 94 feet wide on Creekside and only 79 feet on Ellenwood, according to your survey map, that makes Ellenwood your front yard, even though the house is built, used, occupied, and perceived as being on Creekside Drive. And I think your address is, you get your mail at Creekside Drive, right?
Yes.
So even the Postal Service in your case does recognize that, and some they don't. But that's why you ran into the front. So what you're asking basically is to be able to do what anyone else would be able to do in their backyard if their house weren't construed by the town to be facing a different direction.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board?
You said it eloquently.
All right, is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone who'd like to talk to us about fences, corner lots, wood versus vinyl, neighbors, anything like that? All right, seeing none, we'll close the hearing with respect to this case and move on to the next case, which is another corner lot.
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Next item on the agenda is case number ZB 1809-3. Upon the matter of request by Timothy Burns for area variances to install a 6-foot-high fence and side yard and front yard on a corner lot exceeding maximum permitted height, linear footage, and non-conforming fence type on premises 8 Coalwood Drive in an R1 residential district.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Burns. I live at 8 Colwood Drive.
Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm in the same situation. I'm on a corner lot, so my front of my house is not exactly the front of my house. It's the side of my house, and I'm asking for a height variance, a type variance, and a linear footage variance.
Now, are you, familiar with we received a letter from, Mr. DeSpirito at 115 Winona Boulevard?
Yes.
And what he's, indicating is that if you're allowed to if we were to grant you this variance and you extend the fence back from the back corner of your house straight, that it's gonna block the view of impair the view of the road, which is different from, I believe, as I recall, from the house at Mary Drive and Winona that he refers to in the letter.
Right.
Also, he's indicating that he indicates that his view that fence affords privacy. I'm not sure I would agree with that. I'm sure
Yeah,
you
the
don't.
one on Mary Drive is 4 foot, so I don't know what that really gives you in terms of privacy.
But let me ask you, because your lot is, your, west line of your lot angles towards the east. It's not a square,
Right.
it's or a rectangle, there was a term for that, but I don't recall what it is. Anyway, would you be willing to, put the fence so that it runs parallel with Winona, and that would take out any issue concerning a sight line on the street?
The only thing is, if you look at the site layout, I have an enclosed porch
Right.
back there. So where exactly, where are you proposing that fence to come off of?
Well, as I recall, looking at your property, behind the enclosed porch, you also have a hot tub sitting there.
Right.
And you're talking about going out to the street and then coming back.
Right.
I was wondering about maybe going out past the hot tub and then angling parallel with the street, so it would be at the same,
So basically come off the corner of the hot tub?
that's where you'd angle back.
Yeah. I'd rather not.
Okay.
Just because what it ends up doing is if you put the fence on that corner, it sort of splits the vision of that enclosed porch. Like one I could, look out, and then the other I got a fence, right up against that sliding glass door on the corner. I don't think that would really look nice.
Well, I mean, when I read his letter and went back and looked at it, I understand his point about, coming up. Essentially, what you're talking about doing is going up as far as you can with a 3-foot setback. And so then your fence is going to be running, so as you're coming down, Winona, you're gonna see a 6-foot fence wall that runs almost right up to the road. And I'm not aware of any other fences other than on, there are some on List Avenue that are similar to that, but they're in the backyard that come right up to the road, and quite frankly, that's not exactly the most attractive, although that's allowed, so.
Right.
I mean, I understand your point about the view out of your porch. You'd have a view to the north and the east.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have a view to the west to Winona, unobstructed view if the fence started at the corner of the porch and went northward to the back property line. So you would be able to view out to Winona, and then you'd be able to view straight back into your backyard. And I'm assuming there's windows all the way around on the porch, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be obstructing your view. You'd just be splitting it, half in your own yard and half out onto Winona.
Right.
I kind of agree with you, Chairman, that it's going all the way out to the sidewalk and then down back, along west property line. Too much, too far.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry. Yep.
I just want to clarify that the town's right of way extends forward toward his property on the other side of the sidewalk.
Right.
And so, just for clarity, it's not 3 feet from the sidewalk, it's actually 3 feet in from his property line. And so we always advise residents that rather than measuring from a road or the sidewalk, they actually have to measure out from the corner measurement on their survey on the property. And that's really more of a realistic, so it's in measuring, from that rear corner out, before that enclosed portion, it measures, a parallel line is 35 feet out to the edge of his property. He would only be able to put the fence at 32.18 feet. So in terms of what the gap is between the sidewalk and where the fence could be located legally is maybe a little bit different than, it's not 3 feet from the sidewalk, potentially. Just so everybody's on the same pair, so it's not 3 feet from sidewalk, it's 3 feet from wherever his property legally ends. And according to the survey, if you're measuring perpendicular from the corner, measuring sort of in a straight line out toward the right-of-way, it's 35 feet. So he'd only be able to go out 32 feet. I don't know if that helps or hurts.
The other variance would be the height of that fence on that side, on that west side. It's allowed 3.5 feet, and he's requesting to go 6 feet down that whole side. So technically, if he did a 3.5 foot fence out and back, he would fall within the what's allowed without a variance. But knowing that he wants to go taller, I don't agree with that look. If he had a nice front yard fence that went out to the 33 feet and then back, that'd be one thing. But it won't give him the privacy that I think the gentleman's looking for. Right? Correct? Yeah. So I think to maintain the privacy and also have a happy medium, I think going straight back from the corner of the porch to the back to the northwest corner, and then we have to decide whether we allow the 6 foot in that length. But assuming we did allow that 6 foot, it's a compromise, and then it's still going to be a big, going down Winona, you're still going to see it, but it's not going to come out toward the road at you. And I realize it's gonna cut off about 20% of your backyard space. But there's still quite a bit of backyard there.
I recall we had a similar issue with a house on St. Paul Boulevard, not far from your house, and he wanted to put up a 6-foot white vinyl fence. We didn't ultimately approve it. He's now got a black chain link fence and has put up some plantings around it, which gives him some privacy, but also doesn't have that wall effect that
Right.
we were concerned about with that one, which, so would you be agreeable to Mr. LaPerry's suggestion that instead of going out west to the edge, 3 feet from the edge of your property, that you go north from the northwest corner of your porch?
No, I don't think I'll do it.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Did you have more that you wanted to say in support of your application?
No, I think.
Just a note that there's, 3 signatures from, Prudence Schmidt on Winona Boulevard. Nancy, and I can't read it, Cordozi maybe, on, Colwood, and Mary Disputo on Winona, and they are going against the, variance. They kinda like the fence setup that's at 14 Mary Drive, which is a similar corner
Right.
to you, so.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Step right up.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? I actually live across the street from Mr. Bryan's. I've lived there longer than he has.
I'm sorry, sir, excuse me, could you state your name and address for the record?
Sam Ulrich, 17 Colwood Drive. Sorry, I had to rush to get here.
That's all right. Take a deep breath and relax.
I've lived here longer than him. The old lady that used to live, an elderly lady, used to live behind him. Whenever she had her TV on, I could tell, because her lights came on, it flashed everywhere, because it is an open room. 3 feet. You can walk by that Mary Colwood Drive. I can see into his house. Like, I can see into his house. And Mr. Bryan's like a hot tub, a sunroom, and a weight room. If he didn't have a fence that was 6 feet tall, you would be able to see everything he does in the privacy of his own home. It's been the old lady that lived there, you could see every day.
She lived in his house?
Yes, the lady before him. She would get home, she'd go back in her room, turn on her TV, it would light up that whole back area, light up the trees, and I always knew when she was home. So 3 feet is less than this stand. I can see clearly all of you. And if you gentlemen had in your house an open sunroom or weight room, you wouldn't want people to walk down the street and see over into your personal business. If he wants to sit in his couch in his sunroom with his shirt off, he would not feel comfortable doing so if that open area was there. If a 3 feet fence, anybody who walks their animal along the fence could see over that. And from the corner of his house, if he did come out just straight from the corner of his house, it seems like there would be a lot of space. But when you're actually there, that is not a ton of space. If you wanted to have a small dog to walk back there, it would have trouble having a lot of room to run. It wouldn't be even a pet run. So what I think he's asking for would not obstruct the view from the road. From looking down on one side of the street or to the other, you might see a fence, but the trees wouldn't look any different because they're going to be a lot taller than 6 feet. The straight down view of the street would not change its dynamics because it is still a very pretty street. The trees on both sides are very tall, very pretty. All he wants is just a very clean area, a very tall fence. 6 feet is very tall. I'm about 6 feet myself. If I walked by a 6-foot fence, I would not want to look over. It would not be able for me to look over into his thing. It would be clearly cut out. The average male is 5'11". That means the average male can look over his fence anytime they wanted to. And that's kind of disconcerting as a person who owns a house and wants to sit in my hot tub or sit in my sunroom. If I had a fence, that would eliminate that.
But we had discussed a compromise where the 6 foot would start at the corner of the porch and go back, and then it would block the view of his hot tub. The only thing that would be open would be the windows on the porch, and instead of putting a fence there, you could put shades in the windows, or you could put some arborvitae trees there to block looking into his porch. But he would get the privacy from a fence where his hot tub is. So
Yeah,
there is an
absolutely.
alternative, and part of what we do as a board is we have to make decisions on how much of a variance we allow based on alternatives. You know, if there is no alternatives, then, you know, we have to consider that. But if there are certain alternatives, and that's why I asked the gentleman if there was a little bit of a compromise, because we would like to try to get something done for him. But,
Absolutely, I agree. The trees of the problem
You
is
know,
you'd have to see the property, how it sits, because it is a very awkward property.
I
where
was
the
there
line
today, I
sits.
was there today, I noticed how it's set up.
Super awkward the way his house sits to how big his yard comes around. And between that line where you would say he would come out and go back, that's barely a yard of a very small yard, a very small amount of privacy. If he wanted to have a couple of friends back there, they would not have more than 3 or 4 people back there, and it would start to get, you know, congested. So I understand how he'd want to be out a little farther. I think that there are options as trees and stuff, but trees, you know, they take maintenance and other things, and it would take away the yard space again.
Well,
So,
I'm just gonna point out that the survey map he submitted shows that there's at least 75 feet, that would be in the width of what would be within the fenced area if he went straight north, and it would be approximately
45 to 50 feet.
45, 50 feet wide, yeah, so, I mean, that would hold a lot more than 3 or 4 people in that area.
yeah, that's just generally the length of his house plus,
Right.
I don't know, what, 7 feet?
I don't know, but I agree, I don't think we disagree with you about the 3.5 feet versus 6 feet.
Right.
I mean, when I drove by the property on Mary Drive, my thought myself was, other than keeping a dog in there, what's the point of the fence? Not
yeah.
much privacy at all.
Yeah, there's almost none.
Right, but the
They'd have
problem
to-
isn't the height of the fence as much as it is the fact that his lot borders an angled street, so as you come down the street with a fence jutting out, it's a wall that you're looking at.
The wall came down another so far to like the road. If you stood on from the corner and looked down the road, he has a tree approximately 5 feet in. If it came all the way out to that tree, you still would not be affected in view by the wall of the fence. The only view that would be affected from that would be actually looking down at the houses that go along the house on that side, and it'd only be a few because, you know, as it comes down, it kind of backs away. The houses kind of tend to go a little bit like that. So you wouldn't really get a view of the street line as much as the house line. So if you got rid of the house line, I'm not sure whose view would be affected by not seeing that house line. Because I live there every day. I don't see anybody going out there going, man, I really want to drink my coffee and just look down the line at these houses, look down the line at a tree. But when you're driving, it wouldn't change the effect of how pretty that street is driving down it.
Well, except for the fact you'd have a big tall white fence on a nice street, and it's out by the road. That's the if you lived on Winona, you're probably more affected to it than where you are across the street, right out in front of his house. There are obviously neighbors that don't agree with your thought, so we have to consider it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They just should be considered. I'm just saying that I don't. The
It doesn't
fence line,
affect
it
you
would
'cause
look
you're-
like a
you're-
fence line. It would definitely be a fence, a part of a house, but it would not affect the aesthetics of the actual view of driving down. Yeah, there would be a fence, but it's a fence. Nobody's thinking a fence is absolutely disgusting to look at. When you're driving down the actual aesthetics of seeing the street, it's still very pretty. It wouldn't be affected by a fence. The aesthetics are there. The trees are pretty. The length of the street is pretty. The way the people keep their lawns intact, which Mr. Bryans does very well, it wouldn't affect the overall aesthetics of the view. I think a couple feet out from this house would not thoroughly affect that many people. But that was all. I just wanted to make sure. I got
Thank you,
to
sir.
say that. Thank you.
There was another person who wished to speak in favor of the application.
My name is Dean Loria. My family lives directly behind Tim, and we.
I'm sorry,
we-
sir.
Address?
Say it again?
Addra-
Oh,
ad-
sure. 150 Winona Boulevard. So to clarify, Tim's backyard is my front yard, and Tim's a good-looking guy, but I am in all favor of him putting up a 6-foot vinyl fence. No. I think he's putting up something very attractive in his yard. I think it's going to add value. It's not like he's putting up a chain link. It's not like he's putting up, a makeshift type of fence. He's putting up a very attractive fence. He showed me. It is, obviously my front yard, his backyard, but I think he's done a lot to his property, and everything he's done positive, and I drive past his house every day. So I'm the one looking at it too, and I'm the one pulling in his backyard, my front yard. So I'm just in support of what he's doing, and I think it's gonna look really nice when you're done. So I'm just here to support him. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Step right up, sir.
My name is Micah Schmidt. I live at 131 Winona Boulevard, and I think that my house is the one that would be most affected by the fence view. I'm not totally against a fence, and I very much like Mr. Hinman and Mr. Lippery's suggestions. That would
Sorry,
not,
I can't hear you.
that would not be objectionable. I'm embarrassed that I don't know my neighbors, but they're good neighbors, as in they're quiet and have never done anything objectionable. And I know that they just got a hot tub, so they want some privacy. So I think there would be solutions like you proposed that would not, so if I look out the dining room window or the living room window, that's whatever is there is what we'll see. Right now it's two beautiful trees, and I hope that the fence is behind the trees closer to their house. If it's in front of that, that would be awful. Our neighbors passed around a letter, but I chose not to sign it because they proposed a fence like the one on Mary Drive. That is an awful fence. I can't see that fence from my house, but I always felt terrible for the neighbors that had to stare at it. Big white plastic, fake, awful, shiny plastic fence. I don't know what fence material he plans on using. If it's something nice and blends in naturally with the trees and the grass and stuff, it wouldn't be near as bad as that white plastic fence. So
I believe, according to the application, that he's looking to have a white vinyl fence installed, 6 feet.
probably the same as that one.
I think it would be similar to what is along the north line of that property on
Yeah.
Mary Drive.
It's a horrible fence. That's just my opinion. So I'm all for a much smaller fence that could block off the view of the hot tub. That would be okay. Let's see. He didn't want your suggestion because that means he would have to stare at the fence. We don't really want to stare at it either. The gentleman who stays at 17 Colwood, I also don't know him, but his house, he would have no view of the fence, so it's not going to affect him from his yard. So he might be in favor of it, but that's because he won't be staring at it. So it's a corner lot that he chose to buy, and he liked it when he bought it. I did draw a few, since we were only sent a little postcard, I really couldn't tell what the proposal was, but it mentioned 3 things that sounded scary. And like I drew a map, and I could show you what cool ideas I have that might make everyone happy, but I don't know if that's, I've never been to one of these things, so.
You could pass it around.
You can pass it around, you can hand it to Mr. Evans, and he'll pass it down, and we'll look at it.
Do you want to hang it first, or you want to
Or
pass
you
it?
can hang it, yeah, you could hang it and share it with everyone.
Yeah, that'd be great. So like this, or this. I think I covered everything I meant to say. And thank you very much for letting me speak. Oh, maybe I could point out my ideas?
Yes.
Cool. I think they're similar to what you guys mentioned.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to use the mobile mic that's right up there. I can get it for you if you let me. I can get it.
Check. 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 Did it work?
It works.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So, my house is here. I think the fence is gonna go something.
Sir, I'm not sure that it's on.
It's not on.
Testing 1, 2.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so Colwood is here, Winona is here, the property in mention, this is the house, my house is here, front windows staring straight at the side yard, beautiful, beautiful trees and a very well-kept, beautiful grass yard. And here's the porch and here's a hot tub. As long as the fence is behind the trees, it doesn't really bother me if there's a fence then, especially if it doesn't start until the windows of the porch or even the corner of the porch. And it could be, if it's behind the trees, it could be tall, preferably not that bright white stuff. And it could go out, and since the neighbor that lives at 150 doesn't care, my view is this side, so I don't really have any objection to the back side of it. So I was trying to come up with ideas of what might make everybody happy, but I don't know.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak in opposition to the application? Step right up.
I've had trouble.
Yep, use the microphone, please. There you go.
I've had trouble being quiet.
Your name and address, please.
Prue Schmidt, 131 Winona Boulevard. In fact,
Excuse me, ma'am.
my house lives here.
Ma'am. So sorry. If you want to stand there, you need to use that microphone again.
Testing. Does that sound good? Here's Winona Boulevard. Here's his house. Here's his tub. I live here.
Ma'am, I'm
Just
so-
across the street
Thank you so much.
at 131. If I have two huge windows in the front of my house, they go nearly floor to ceiling and wall to wall. I look out them for 44 years at this beautiful neighborhood that I have here. Do I want to sit here the rest of my days, which aren't very many, seeing a huge white fence up there? Never. Never. I'm glad my son was able to give you alternatives.
Thank you, ma'am.
Myself, no.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's see, what was I going to say? This fence would block my sight line all across Winona. I love his yard, and his pine tree is beautiful. 44 years I've enjoyed a wide open view of my neighborhood. Now, for the few years I have left, all I'll see out of them is a 6 to 8 foot white fence across the street spanning my whole view. I'm going to pay taxes for that. Why would a person move here to block off this wonderful neighborhood and neighbors? Why not seek privacy in a house already private with trees and no near neighbors? A good neighbor? Heh. I'm done.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to the application? Anyone who'd like to talk to us about fences, corner lots, anything like that? Seeing none, does the applicant wish to come forward and address any of the points that were raised during the public input portion? All right.
One thing, when I bought the home, I thought the front yard was the front yard, the backyard was the backyard. Shame on me. I don't want to mess around with the pine tree, that big open area in front or on the side. I don't want to mess with that. I just want to come off that enclosed porch. That's all I want to do. And I don't want to split the view of that enclosed porch. So, I mean, that's basically what I have to say.
How far out are the trees that they were referring to? The porch.
I have an oak tree that's near that hot tub. That's probably, I think, 10 feet from the hot tub, and it's right on the corner of that enclosed porch. And then the pine tree is down right on the corner, and I love that open area too. I'm not trying to ruin anybody's vision or anything like that. I'd like some privacy in what I thought was my backyard. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, I had a couple questions for you. The panels that you're talking about, how wide are they? Are they 6 feet wide?
Yeah, they're the standard panels.
Right, well, I'm not. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think
They're like 6 feet.
They're 6 feet high, 8 feet long.
So they're 8 feet across.
Yeah.
So you want to go out from the porch.
Yep.
And your variant, the request that you submitted would take you about 32 feet out, and probably, I'm guessing from what you told me, in front of those trees, correct? Those trees would be behind the fence?
No, just the one.
The one would?
The oak. The oak that's about 10 feet away from the hot tub, yes. Right on, and that, that oak tree sits right here, okay? That beautiful pine tree is...
Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to do the same thing to you. I apologize.
So, I'm just asking to come off this corner of that glass porch, and straight out. So the oak tree would be in the fenced area, the pine tree would not.
Would, coming out one panel, 8 feet, 10 feet off the porch and then going back to the corner, would that That would cut down the wall impact on the street, but it would give you 8 feet of your yard to look at off the west side of your windows from the porch. It'd give you the privacy in the hot tub. It would, the trees would still be in front of it for the neighbors to enjoy as the view of. And
I'm willing to take a look at that. I mean, is it okay if I were to go home and then come back?
you mean tonight?
Not tonight.
Our next meeting is October 1st.
Okay.
So if you'd like to look at an alternative and get back to us and come back on the 1st, we'd certainly be glad, we'd be glad to let you do that.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, were you going to close the public input or the public hearing, or would you leave it open for next month?
We'll recess the public hearing on that case.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next case on our agenda.
Next item on the agenda is case number ZB 1809-4. Upon the matter of request by Marathon Engineering, acting as agent for ESL Federal Credit Union for an area variance to construct a 5,300 square foot building with less than required minimum frontage build-out on premises 2256 Hudson Avenue, 25 Grange Place, and tax ID parcel number 076.15-6-43.2 in a mixed-use commercial district.
Before we get underway, sir, could you help and take that map down?
Very good.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Tomlinson with Marathon Engineering representing ESL. I've got a couple representatives of ESL with me, Trish Rochon, Peter Woods, Joe Burkhart, and the project architect Sean McGuire from Labella.
Are you expecting them to be a part of the presentation?
Mr. McGuire can answer any questions that may come up with regards to the building itself.
All right, so what I would ask is that anyone who's going to be a part of the presentation, if you'd all raise your right hands. You swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're here tonight to request a variance for building frontage, minimum building frontage along the property. We're requesting that for 2256 Hudson Avenue, which is just south of Titus Avenue and across from the Wegmans building and parking lot. The access drive directly across is near the Dunkin' Donuts and the Citizens Bank that's over there. Just for reference, there is an existing plaza building on the parcel. Thanks. And we will be demolishing that parcel, or that building, as part of that. So what we're requesting is the town zoning code requires a 70% building frontage along the roadway. We do front on two roads. Grange Place is behind us in this instance. And right now, there are two access points into the site, and the building is pushed quite a bit further back on the existing parcel. So what we are proposing as part of our request is we're proposing 38% where 70 is required along that frontage. We believe we've developed an attractive ESL branch, very similar to other branches. ESL branches are typically 4,500 square feet to 5,500 square feet in size. The one we're proposing for this site is 5,300 square feet, so right in line with those. We believe that it's a good addition to the streetscape, consistent with the remainder of the streetscape along this area in other new development areas. And we have been before the town board Although we were tabled, we anticipate going back next week for a special use permit for the drive-through ATMs and teller kiosks. We have been to the planning board several times, including workshop meeting, and received conditional approval. One of those conditions being obtaining the variance that we're here before you tonight requesting. I wanted to run through the test for granting area variances quickly if I could, although that was included in the application package that we put together. There have been a few changes to the site plan as requested by those other boards that we have obtained approval from. One being that originally we were proposing an ingress and egress on the south side of that building and an exit only on the north side. Monroe County DOT, who has the say over what happens out on County Road 112, which is Hudson Avenue, requested that that be an in only and an exit only, and that's one change that we have made. Another change that was driven by that request. Oh,
That
sorry,
would
go
be
ahead.
similar to what is at the branch on Ridge Road.
East Ridge Road over near,
Ridge Road.
yeah, that's correct.
Yes,
There's actually, yeah. Yes, it would be. And so, I don't have a colored version, but I brought a copy of the revised plan, which demonstrates that entrance only, the exit only, but one other change that was driven by that is an exit lane through the north end of the parking for folks so that they don't have to circle back and all the way around in order to exit once going through, now that there is no exit on the south side.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
I'm having trouble conceptualizing exactly where this is. It's on Hudson. Is it closer to Titus than Ridge?
It is,
Gigi's
yes,
was.
sir. Backs up
Oh,
to
where
Grange
Gigi's
Place.
was.
Where Gigi's was.
And what are you going to demolish? I didn't. That we're demolishing something here.
That whole plaza building will be demolished for the new construction of the branch.
Okay, this is just north of Aldi's.
Yeah.
Correct.
Correct.
There's
Oh.
Aldi's, then there's the apartment complex that sits back from the road a little bit, and then this plaza building.
So it's right behind the Rite Aid.
Yes, just south of it.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Let's see, where was it? Yeah, sorry. Test for granting the area variances. We believe that there will be no detrimental or undesirable change to the character of the neighborhood or nearby properties. This site is 100% impervious, meaning it's all paved or building now. We'll be adding landscaping, green space, an attractive new facade close to the street, which is something that all boards and the folks who have, the public that have given us input, have all been in favor of relative to the proximity of the building to the street. Are there alternative solutions that would not require a variance? Due to the ingress and egress requirements at a minimum, and the parking requirements on the site, we don't believe that it would be possible to develop this in the use that we're proposing without a variance. Just as a frame of reference, this property is roughly 200 feet wide along the frontage, which would require a building 140 feet long. And for this kind of square footage, that would be a building depth of only 40 to 45 feet, which really doesn't work for security purposes, flow of the branch, or anything like that. Consider whether the requested area variance is substantial, meaning the magnitude of the variance request. 38% versus 70% is somewhat substantial in that the size of the request from a numerical standpoint would appear to be great, but we believe that we have mitigated that significantly by pulling the building close to the street, which is something that is suggested in your design standards and your code, and that gives the building a much greater presence on the street, even though it's in a smaller width than it would if it was pushed back on the property. And it increases safety, vehicular flow, pedestrian access, etc. Whether the area variance would have an adverse effect on physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district. We believe we are providing a great benefit to the neighborhood by providing additional landscaping and green space where there isn't currently on the property. It's a less intensive use than is currently on the site. There's also a benefit that it provides a pedestrian link from Hudson Avenue through to Grange Place and I-Square, which is behind us. That was something that the planning board was very interested in having, and which ESL has provided as part of the plan. And then finally, is the situation self-created? obviously the lot configuration is what the lot configuration is. And for the use, for the size of it, we believe that this is not a self-created issue, and that providing the standard branch, which has served ESL's customers very well over the last years, is something that's of benefit. So with that, I can have Sean show you the building if the board would prefer. Otherwise, we can answer questions as they come up.
I just had a couple quick questions. The curb cuts on Hudson Avenue stay the same pretty much, or are they being moved?
They're being slightly moved, and we're replacing the sidewalk along our entire frontage.
So slightly moved,
They're
the south one is going north or south? Curb cut.
I can tell you the north one is within 1 foot of the existing one. The south one is moving north about 8 feet.
Okay. I wondered if it was encroaching on the driveway to the apartments. And then there is no entrance on the Grange place, or there
That's
is?
correct. That's something we worked through with town staff and planning as well as public input. We're thankful that there was no vehicular traffic there. Right now, that's a pretty wide apron with delivery and trash for the existing plaza building. So that'll be closed off, and it'll look like a street with a sidewalk connection.
Is there a reason no opening there? No way to get in and out there?
From ESL standpoint, the benefit is both security, just limiting it out at the front or only one entrance, one exit. It also limits the amount of vehicles that will impact the flow of queuing for the drive-throughs and ATMs, as well as any potential pedestrians through there. It limits the amount of traffic. It's only going to be drive-through traffic that accesses that driveway.
Customer traffic.
Correct.
Customer driving. Okay,
Correct.
that makes sense.
And it eliminates any type of a cut-through or anything
Right,
like that to avoid the light at Hudson and Titus.
Thank you.
Looks like Sean wants to come up and show you.
I think he's anticipating that, yes.
I'm Sean McGuire with LaBella Associates. I just wanted to bring some additional information here to show you the project. This elevation here is the west, which would be facing Hudson. There is no actual entrance at Hudson. It's around on the south side, or east side, which I'll show you here in a minute. But we did create the same elevation look for the entrance, which is on the opposite side of the building. We added some additional windows per the planning board's request. As far as lighting, we're following some more of the design requests that the town's asking for, with a wood marquee type signage with gooseneck lighting. As far as materials for the building, we have a stone veneer water table that's about 3 feet high, and then we got a brick veneer, and then precast stone look, some additional stone here, and then you got a fiberglass shingle roof on the main roof, excuse me, and then the roof that goes back to this roof is a standing seam metal roof. They had some different context to the elevation.
So there's really not a parking in front?
No, no parking in the front. It's along the side of the building and then around towards the back of the
I
building.
was gonna ask if we could see where the parking is on that map,
Parking's on the side and to the rear.
in the back. So side and back, okay.
Correct.
It's an Avis here.
Yep, so that's that elevation, and this one here faces south.
So the lower drawing is what's going to be facing Hudson Avenue?
Correct.
And those, looks like there's 4 panels that would give the appearance of doors that are
Yes.
floor-to-ceiling windows and not doors.
Correct. That's a conference room within the floor plan. I can show you the other elevations here. So this here is the east elevation, which would be the entrance here into the branch office. And again, it's the same materials around the whole building.
And then the last one is the north elevation facing the Rite Aid.
Correct. And here we have there's a door here that, as a second exit out of the building.
Is it an entrance or just an emergency exit?
Yeah, more or less for, emergency and for, mechanical maintenance for the condensing units that are on the outside. Some more. This is the drive-through tellers and the ATM. Again, as far as materials, we got the stone veneer water table with brick veneer, and then asphalt shingle roofing, and then a couple dormers here with vents.
Are the tellers manned or is it gonna be all by remote?
I believe they're all remote.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with the variance, but I'm just curious, you're gonna have something that takes those tubes up and carries it over to the branch? Because I don't see anything connecting the branch
It will be underground.
underground.
Yep.
Okay.
Originally, it was gonna be above ground, but we had to provide a pass-through at that parking lot that's off at the back entrance. So in order to have that pass-through, we weren't allowed to have a brick wall that we were gonna have there, like a 3.5-foot high wall. We were gonna run the tubing through there, but since that changed, everything will be underground.
It's a very attractive building.
Thank you.
It's gonna be quite an improvement.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Step right up.
Actually have something neutral to say.
Oh, that's the third category.
I'm Phil.
Is there anyone here who wants to speak in favor of the application? Anyone who wants to speak in opposition to the application? We'll take your neutral comments. That's the third category, is essentially neutral.
Philip Linder, 108 Maplehurst Road. Sounds like they have their plan very well put together. Is there a place that
Excuse me,
this is
sir.
going to be replacing?
Sir, you just need to direct your questions to the board.
Okay, I would like to know, is this a replacement branch? They're expanding, getting larger, and another one's getting closed down? Because I'm trying to think if I know where there is one on on East Ridge right now.
The one on East Ridge right now is between Delta Sonic and the post office on the other side of the street.
And there's also a second location in 2255 East Ridge Road in the Culver Ridge Plaza.
That would be where East Ridge narrows down from 2 lanes into 1. Because if I'm remembering correctly, there's a traffic problem that people are always pulling into there. Creates a traffic issue. So if that one is moving and going to be at this new location, I think it would improve traffic flow.
On Ridge Road, you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. You wish to address any of the points that were raised during the public input portion of the hearing?
Sure, I can speak to that. I left that piece out just because we've been through planning board to talk through that at length. But great question. Right now, that East Ridge does have traffic issues in that it's too small to service all of its members. And so in looking at the demographics within the town of Arundecoit and where the members live, where they come from, where they go to, this location is anticipated to have roughly 30 to 35% of those members come to this new branch. That both existing locations currently there will remain, and of course we can't force anybody to go to a branch that they do or don't want to go to, but it's anticipated that this will alleviate that traffic and overcrowding that that branch currently experiences.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will close the hearing with respect to this matter then, and move on to the next item on our agenda.
Next item on the agenda is case number ZB 1809-5. Upon the matter of request by Thomas Marciano for an area variance to construct a new 244 square foot detached garage with less than required side setback on premises 307 Pert Avenue in an R2 residential district.
You are?
Thomas Marciano, 307 Pert Avenue.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay. So I meet the code on the rear property line of 7 feet. As of right now, my driveway runs tight up against my property line with my neighbor, all the way down to the back. If I put my garage at 7 feet from my property line, it pushes it well into my backyard, and it's, number one, very unappealing. Number two, it would cause my driveway to actually have to curve into my backyard, and I think it would just look very unappealing. So all I'm asking for is 3 more feet towards the fence. That would still give you 4 feet between the 2 property lines, and would reduce how far it goes into my backyard and reduce the amount of the driveway curving as well. And that's it. I mean,
The garage just replaces, just sits on the old foundation of an old garage, correct?
there was an old foundation there. I am pouring a new slab. It's slightly, theirs was very crooked. Mine's a lot straighter with the property line. So it's almost on top of it, but over just slightly.
How long have you lived there?
2 years.
You've been starting to do renovations in that?
Yeah, I pretty much fixed the whole house up.
I'm just curious, because I mean, I was in the driveway today, and just unrelated, but I noticed the power, your fuse box is on the outside of the house. I've never seen that before.
My brother did it when he was there one time, and because when I was planning on doing the garage, he just did it for me, thinking I was going to do the garage like right away, and we were going to use that for the garage. But as of right now, I'm not sure. It actually might be taken away. Once I get the garage figured out, I will be having an electrician come to tell me whether that box should be there or not.
Okay, so that's not your main fuse box
No,
for the
not at
whole
all.
house,
Nope.
is it?
The main one's in the basement.
Okay, all right. I just thought
That was for the garage.
rain would get at that and just cause all kinds
It's under that. It's under that awning.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, so the rain doesn't touch it.
Okay.
But
And
once
then
I get the garage done, then I'm gonna have, or once I'm in the process of it, I'm gonna have the electrician to come to tell me the best way to go about it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Everything else meets the code, the size of the garage, the rear, it's just the one property line. I just want 3 more feet.
Actually, it's a 2-foot variance based on our chart, or based on our request.
Because I believe the code is 7 feet, and I'm asking for 4.
I'm gonna correct that actually. So the code requirement is 4 feet from rear and property and side yard. To the rear, he meets that already. It's the side yard where the area that he'd like to maintain that existing sort of 2-foot setback to be in line with the existing driveway.
It's gonna be hard to build there with the fence there, right?
That I couldn't speak to. That would be a question with respect to the building permit and just the how the method of construction. I'm not really sure.
So the code from the property line is 4 feet?
It is your side yard, as you indicated on the drawing that you submitted, is you're requesting 2 feet on the side.
Okay, I'm requesting, I'm sorry.
Nope, that's okay.
I must have been reading the wrong thing.
On the map, you have the 2 feet with a line to like the middle of the garage.
Okay.
My question, are you gonna be 2 feet at would be the southeast corner of the garage? The one closest to the fence, is it gonna be 2 feet from the fence?
Okay, that's where I got confused. I am asking for 2 feet from the fence. 4 feet is the code. I'm asking for 2 feet from closer.
Right, but 2 feet at the southwest corner
Correct.
isn't gonna be 2 feet at the southeast corner.
Southeast corner as in the side that faces 590 north?
No, the other side. The east side of the garage. If you look up at the top, it has the north is to the right, so the east is towards the house, facing the house.
Okay.
That corner of the garage that's by the fence, is there gonna be 2 feet between the fence and that corner of the garage?
So it's kind of the front of the garage, the front, if you're standing looking at
Where
the
you'd
garage.
pull into it?
If you're
That looks-
standing at the front of the garage, it'd be 2 feet from the left fence.
Yes.
Yes.
The left-hand side.
Alright, so it's gonna go back and be a little further away in the back corner.
I'm gonna keep it 2 feet all the way down.
So it's gonna be angled, like
It's
your
gonna.
lot is angled.
I know. I was gonna measure off my property line and go straight off of that, cause that's when you pull in my driveway. I was gonna make it straight with the driveway, so straight off that fenced property line.
Alright, so you're gonna be 2 feet parallel all along the fence? 2
Correct,
feet.
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
alright, cause it looked to me the way you drew it, that you were gonna be further away in
Probably
the
a
back
sloppy
than the
draw.
front. You
Oh,
see
I
what
see.
mean?
Yeah, I see how I drew it, but
Okay, so it's gonna be tilted a little like the driveway and the property is.
when you actually, it looks crooked here in the drawing, but when you actually cock it that little bit, it's actually still straight off of the back property line.
Okay, alright.
It's straight off of both, even though in this drawing it looks.
Now, just
angled.
for the question for staff, he's showing, 4 feet to the back property line. And 4 feet is allowed, right?
Yes, that 4 feet is a minimum setback requirement for a detached garage.
Right. Somebody
Correct.
says,
I meet that property line guideline.
Right.
It's
Somebody
just
said
the one
7
that I'm
feet.
asking for 2 feet.
And so if he's 7 feet, if he cites it 7 feet, he's exceeding the code
Right,
requirement. He could bring it as close as 4 feet and not need a variance.
For the back
So
setback.
at this stage, only the southern wall of the
Got it.
garage is what's needing a variance.
It's just that 2 feet makes a world of difference when you actually, because I framed in the slab when I was gonna get ready to pour it, and when you put it 4 feet away, it just looks horrible. And there's a little slab right there where there's an existing shed now, and if you push it over that 2 more feet, it goes right onto that concrete slab, and then I would have to cut out that concrete slab just for the garage, and it'd be very, very ugly.
I'm glad you're getting this straightened out, because I've been looking at that driveway for 50 years. I'm thinking, it's crooked, you know, somebody's gonna straighten that out someday.
Well, because this is the issue. This is my major issue with that property is, this is why I really want to do it. If you know when it rains, it's an ocean in front of my house. Literally an ocean. I can't even walk in my vehicles. I gotta wear long boots just to get to my truck. So, the whole reason I really want to do this is, I want the garage obviously, but that slab, the old slab is where the driveway goes to now. So my new slab's gonna be 6 inches higher. So now cause I'm redoing the driveway next year. So when I redo the driveway next year, it's gonna be a whole 6 inches higher. And if when you see my concrete walkway I poured myself from the front door, that's also right now about 5 inches higher than my driveway. Cause I've planned it to be, I'm gonna raise the entire driveway so that way there's no more water in the driveway at all.
Good idea, yeah.
So,
Now, I'm not telling you how I'm voting on this, because I don't wanna give that away too soon.
it's okay.
It sounds like a very good idea.
It's a very ugly spot, right? I live at the bottom of the street.
all the water goes there, and that well fills up instantly.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Would anyone like to speak in opposition to this application? Step right up.
Good evening. Mary Schmidt, 316 Pert. I don't have a problem with them building a garage so much as, what's the 244 square feet? I mean, how big is this garage? What are the dimensions of it?
I think it would be like 10 feet by 24 feet.
It looked like 12 by 24 in the application.
12 by 24?
Correct.
And that's a two-car garage, is that normal?
No, it's really not a two-car garage.
It's actually probably a 1 car or 1.5. 2 car is typically 24 or 26 wide.
Yeah, he has the garage laid out, so where's gonna go, give you an idea to visualize it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that he understands that it can't be a residence. The power box you were concerned about was there because there was a trailer in there for 6 months. And there were people living in the trailer and they had the electric running from that outside post. I just want to make sure he understands that it's a garage. And that he can't live in it and he can't rent it out.
I think those
That's
are
all.
all provided in the code, aren't they, that you can't live in a garage?
Yeah,
They
well,
are,
I've
and-
seen code enforcement. No.
The garage cannot be built as a dwelling unit, and the town building inspector, upon inspection, if there's any indication that it rises to the level of being a dwelling unit, would not permit it to complete construction.
Right, then I have no objection to him building a garage.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address this application? I think we're up to the neutral category now. Seeing none, we'll close the hearing with respect to this matter. Move on to the next case on our agenda.
Next case on the agenda, ZB 1809-6. Upon the matter of request by Joseph O'Donnell, R.A., acting as agent for Frank Quarantello for an area variances to construct a 40-foot by 80-foot storage building exceeding maximum permitted square footage, length, and height on premises 1917 Portland Avenue in an R1 residential district.
Thank you. My name is Joe O'Donnell. I'm the architect of record for this project. Office is at 3033 Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Before you start, I have a question for our staff. Carrie, is there any limit on the number of structures that can be on a property?
Not the way our code is written. The limit is really on square footage. As we've discussed, I think previously, the board, there is no set limit on the number of out storage or storage type buildings. Our code specifies that there's a maximum of 900 square feet for garage, and whether that's attached or detached, or some combination thereof. So, I think as we've dealt with in other properties similar to this on what might have been formerly farmland where there are pre-existing outbuildings, now the addition of any additional storage buildings are then exceeding what our requirements are. And we don't have any provisions in the code that I'm aware of that account for sort of pre-existing storage facilities on a premises.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with that, how does it account for the barn plus the garage?
So the issue is the anything that's over 200 in our code, anything that's over 200 square feet as a storage building is then classified as a garage. Though that storage building predates or is potentially pre-existing non-conforming in that it itself exceeds the code requirements. But I think in order to advance the application, and you'd have to sort of calculate all of the storage that's there now against what's being asked for under this application. And certainly the Deputy Town Attorney can advise me if that's incorrect.
What is there now? Because he's got a barn that he's remodeled, and he's got a huge, I don't know how many.
Perhaps
car
the architect of
garage.
record may have that data for the additional buildings that are, outbuildings that are already on site.
Mr. Chairman, I counted a three-car garage in the rear. Had 3 doors in it at least.
But and it goes further south, it's got 3 doors, I believe.
There was a trailer, I think, in the back, and a barn to the north. I think that's correct, right?
The trailer? I'm not sure
There
about-
was a, I didn't look at a boat trailer or.
Oh, okay.
or strip boat, but something in the back
Okay.
of the garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
May have been.
On the drawings, the dimensions aren't provided, but I'll grab a scale and I can,
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
I
don't
can grab
have
a scale and
that.
I
You
can,
grab
I
a
can do
scale.
the measurements and give you the square footage.
All right, because I'd be interested in knowing, what that is.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I'd like to hand out an updated drawing,
Okay.
which was provided in response to staff's comments and comments from neighbors we received prior to the meeting. So I'd like to just hand out that if I could, okay?
Sure, hand it to Mr. Evans and he'll pass it
Take
along.
one. I brought 8, so one person could share. I have one here for myself, so you might have to just share. I can walk you through them. I also have them on large scale here in front of us if we need be to go through that. So while you're handing those out, maybe it'd be helpful to the board, give you a little bit of history of this property. Frank Quarantello is a retired dentist. He was the founder of Q Dental. He purchased this property some time ago. It had an old, dilapidated, falling down barn on it. The property was in pretty rough shape, overgrown. He's cleaned it all up, especially on the west side where that old barn was. He renovated the existing garage. The house is a single-family home rented out to one family. The barn on the north side was also in disrepair. I had gone out with the building inspector and we had looked at the structural integrity of the barn, and we were able to correct the deficiencies of the structure and save that barn on the north side, which was again renovated and updated. So with that, Frank Quarantello is a collector of classic cars and classic motorcycles. The existing barn to the north is filled with classic automobiles and motorcycles. He continues to build his collection. The garage that's located in the center of the site is, some of it's used for the tenants and half of it is used again for his collection. As I indicated, his collection has grown to the point where he needs additional storage space for those vehicles.
This is for cars and motorcycles?
Yeah, classic cars and motorcycles.
Okay.
Okay?
Because I'm recalling an application that he had in front of us many years ago to build a building to store his collection of boats.
Correct. Boats, maybe. I wasn't involved in that, and I know that got turned down. It may have been boats. I thought it was maybe cars, but this is not.
He had 7 or 8 boats that he wanted to store in a building at,
Oh, it was on.
590 and
yeah.
Point Pleasant Drive.
Right,
Yes.
right. Which in hindsight, talking to staff, they kind of said that wish it got approved there instead of somewhere else. So, having said that, the proposal is what you have in front of you now, the updated drawings. There's one correction on a typographical indication of the square footage. It should read 3,200 even, not 3,226. That was just a drafting error in our office. So, I also got a phone call from Donna Martello last week, had requested a floor plan, which I've included in this package. There's not much to the floor plan because the building is strictly really to just house cars in 2 levels. They have a lift. And so if you look at the floor plan that I've included in the package, it just shows locations of a bunch of car lifts so that you can have one car stacked on top of the other. The other,
It's gonna be 8 car lifts in
no,
the
no, no.
storage
Oh,
building?
8 car lifts across the building, the 80-foot span across the building that stores a car underneath it and a car above it.
Like they
2
park
cars
in New
high.
York City.
Yeah, exactly. So the other significant change to this application was in response to the neighbor directly to the west. Peter had given me a call, and he is a painter, and so he took a ladder to his own house, and he went up there and he kind of scaled about the height we were proposing in the original proposal, which was 26 feet. So he called and said two concerns he had. One was the height, and the second was screening of the building along his back property line. So I called the owner, and he said that he was willing to lower the building 4 feet, so we are now down at 22 feet. The average height is actually about 20 because it's 14 to the eave and 8 foot to the peak. So if you bring it down on the average, it's a little less than it's about 20 feet, 19, 20 feet. I called back Peter, indicated to him that the owner was willing to do that. He said that that helps. He felt a lot better about that, and that we were also going to plant a row of blue spruce evergreen trees along the west property line to help screen the building. So to that extent, that is the scope of the project. There's a driveway, a stone driveway proposed leading back to the storage building, and architecturally, it's going to match unfortunately, the color rendition you have in front of you is not brown, it's red to match the existing barn and match the existing barn's roof. So I apologize for the color quality of the print, but it has to do with the computer program and then the reproduction of the document itself. So, but keeping in mind as a condition, that would be the exterior siding and roof would match the existing barn on the north side. So I'll open it up for questions if.
This gentleman that's doing all this work, this is a property that he owns, but he doesn't live there.
That's correct. The other, I'm sorry, Mike, one other comment I wanted to make is that this is strictly storage. There's no work being done, no detailing being done, no anything. He just stores them and either flips them or keeps them. You know, he hasn't flipped one yet, but I'm sure if everything's for sale.
I guess my question is you've got room for 16 there, and then another 8 in front of it, right?
Well, not really, because you have to maneuver those cars. That's like the drive aisle, if you will.
But you could.
Yeah, I guess you could, yeah.
An additional 8 in there.
If you felt like moving around all the cars to get at one.
24 cars you could put in this building. It's a nice collection. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand, because we have talked to this gentleman before, why wouldn't he be purchasing a commercial building to store these cars instead of doing it in a residential area? Again, I would think the costs, it's not going to be cheap to do what he wants to do versus putting it somewhere else.
Well, my understanding is that another site, the availability of another site that meets his requirements is very difficult to find in a secure neighborhood, such as this neighborhood. I mean, you can find a lot of those properties, no doubt, south of East Ridge Road, but it's not an area that.
Well, I mean, it's doable. I know there's a gentleman downtown that collects classic cars and's got a warehouse downtown in right by the Interloop that has 30, 40 cars or more, stored away. I just, the R1 versus a storage unit.
Mr. LaPerry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you just make sure you're using your mic?
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the other question is, are they all his? Will he have his friends' cars there? Will he rent storage to people if he, all those, and it's very hard for anybody to police or anybody to enforce. So, that's the question.
Well, yeah, to answer that question, I happen to know that in his existing structure, the 100% of those are his. He does not rent out any space to anybody. He is an Irondequoit, West Irondequoit resident, lives down on the bay, and so I think the convenience of this, some of the vehicles are purchased that then get sent out for restoration and come back. That's about it. Or in the purchase, they go from the purchase point to restoration to his storage barn.
I'm thinking of the old Chase Pitkin building on Hudson. That, it's vacant right now. It's in West Arundecoit. It's in a lighted lot. It's a place where there's a whole bunch of parking spaces for cars. How many cars does he have in the barn now?
Let me think. I did do a walkthrough, so if you can bear with me a minute. I am,
Give me a rough number. Is it like
yeah,
10?
at least 10 to 12, yeah.
All right. And in the other garage behind, he has
There's
some
two there and some motorcycles.
All right. So he already has at least 15 vehicles storage space on the property.
Right.
Now he wants to add roughly another 24. As his collection grows, I'm looking at the layout of this lot, and I'm thinking, well, as his collection grows, he could go on the other side of the lot, and then there'd be room between that building and the barn to put more. And then the question comes to mind, once he's finished using the property, who wants the property with a, you know, I think it's a 41 vehicle capacity storage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this building alone is almost 4 times what the code allows. And we've had other people come in who've had collections of things and they've wanted to have additional garages that are larger than allowed to store their, I think what Mr. Polino used to refer to as their toys. And we haven't allowed that. And here we've already got 2 large storage facilities on the property. I realize their grandfather there, and he has done an excellent job of, you know, restoring the property and making it look real nice. And I have no doubt that this building will look great sitting there in the back. But the question I have is, why?
Well, just back to your original comment about the Chase Pitkin building, I do know that that is not for sale.
Okay, I'm just,
It's owned by Wegmans still. I did call about that building on another project, actually storage, mini storage, and they said it's not for sale.
okay.
Okay, so, but that's, you were just using that example, I
Right.
understand. So, the main reason is because he owns the property. It does have 2.2 acres of available property. You know, one of the thoughts was to subdivide it into single-family homes, which he may try and do, but he did not think that the neighbors would appreciate that. He thought the neighbors would rather see more of an open green space like the original farm was. Now, that's really kind of the logic behind putting it here, is that he's had trouble finding other properties, as Mr. LaPerry's indicated, that just haven't been suitable or affordable, or, you know.
The issue comes down to, as it's been pointed out in past meetings by others, it comes down to he's making the variance request for a reason that's related to himself personally, as opposed to the use or improvement of the property. And the variance goes with the land,
Right.
not with the owner. So, in terms of separating out the personal from the property, I'm having a hard time figuring out why another 3,200 square feet on top of what's already there would be something that we'd want to have running with the land. I mean, quite frankly, that's what I thought of when I looked at this and where it is going to be, is that some kind of housing could be put on the property that's there. And with respect to opposition from the neighbors, I mean, if it was just up to the neighbors, we wouldn't need a zoning board of appeals, we'd just take a vote of the neighbors. It's what's consistent with the code, and my understanding is that this is in a residential district, and I'm concerned that we're turning this parcel into a storage facility in the middle of a residential district, which isn't, I don't believe, allowed in that district, right?
I don't believe it is.
Right.
I have a couple of issues too.
Okay.
I happen to be a neighbor, so I have a little more of an interest. And I see Pete's here, and he lives on one side, I live on another side, and he's got a lot of land there. And yet the big barn is right back in one corner, which happens to be where there's an orchard right now, So that's gonna go, and that takes care of our orchard. No, it's not our orchard, it's his orchard. I wanna make sure I keep that in mind. And yet still got all this other land that, I don't understand why he's pushing that building so far close to the other properties. And it's a big thing. It's certainly gonna change the character of my neighborhood as I look out on this big storage building. And I'm sure the same thing holds true for Pete. If he looks out his back window, he's not gonna see a nice lawn, a nice yard. He's gonna see a building. So, and that's kind of what I'm looking at too.
Pete did bring that to my attention as well, and I did have a discussion with Frank, the owner, about possibly moving it almost to the center of the site behind the existing garage. Almost if you slid it, that square right up behind there.
Yeah.
Frank said that that would be acceptable to him as well. This location was picked pretty much to be as inconspicuous from Portland Avenue. That was the motivation then. But I do understand, your concern and Pete's concerns of that placement. So if that would mitigate the concerns and allow lesser relief, Frank is willing to slide that right up behind almost, if you just, like I said, took it and left it the same width almost as it is, it would just be a little bit, maybe slightly wider. I don't have my scale with me, but it would almost be like an extension towards the west. You follow me?
Yep.
Same orientation, just an extension towards the west, so.
I'm not sure if I know what you mean by extension.
Well, I'm saying it's almost like would act as an extension to that existing structure in the center. You follow me?
Oh, that one?
Yeah,
Okay, yes.
yeah. So it'd be right in the center of the
Yeah,
property.
that to me would be a lot more palatable.
Yeah, and we would be willing to relocate it there as a condition.
When he transports, does he have his own trailers and stuff? I went by there the other day, and there was like a small semi in the side, said antique cars and stuff. And a day later, was parked in a Staples parking lot. Is he gonna be parking those type of things there too, or is that just a delivery?
That was just a delivery, yeah.
Joe, you had mentioned that he's a Runnequite resident. He's got a Florida address. Does he
Yeah, he,
own a home in Runnequite?
yeah, he does.
Currently?
I'm pretty sure he lives down in those condos right on the bay. If you go down Point Pleasant, Bay Shore Drive.
The application shows his
Yeah, he has,
residence.
I think he does that for tax purposes, as a Florida residence. That would be my guess, but I know he's here half the time here and half the time in Florida.
I'm looking at the 5 factors that are set out for us to consider in granting or denying a area variance. Can you explain to me how you would argue that he meets any of the 5? The first one being the possible change to the neighborhood character, adding a large 32, which is larger than I think most of the houses that are in the neighborhood, for storage of vehicles, seems to me is a fairly substantial change to the character of the neighborhood, especially if it's intended to house something that certainly to me seems to be extremely valuable, which would seem to me to be a potential magnet for problems as opposed to a secure site. So it also seems to me that I'll agree perhaps there's no alternative available to him on the property that wouldn't require a variance. I think he could probably meet that one.
Yeah. Well, in fact, just even the suggestion by Mr. Thomas, is it? Okay. Sliding that up to that other location would still need the 4 variances.
Right. So it is a substantial request, the size of it. The effect on the physical or environmental conditions, if granted, it's plopping a large, extremely large structure in the middle of what now is open space, and it's clearly self-created. It has nothing to do with the property, the configuration. It's not a corner lot. It's not a irregularly shaped parcel that limits development. So I'm really at a loss to see how it would be possible to be loyal to these factors and even consider that. Can you help me, well, not me, help him address those?
Well, I guess my only response to that would be that it's subjective. I mean, I could sit here and support each one of these, but it's, you know, my point of view against the board's point of view.
Well, that's why I'm interested in hearing an alternative point of view.
Well, I mean, the benefit, as far as the number one standard, the benefit outweighing any detriment to the neighborhood or the characters, the benefit to the owner is that he would have a secure facility located in the town of Arundecoit where he resides, to house his car collection without the risk of it, you know, being vandalized, et cetera. There's a lot of money at stake here. And that would be the benefit to the applicant, okay? Alternatives, yes, there is an alternative. We just discussed one that we could slide it up into the center of the site and behind the existing garage would be acceptable to us. Significance.
Still require a variance, though.
Still require variance for the size, the height, et cetera. Larger than the primary structure, the ones that are listed on the application and on the cover sheet for the drawings. So significant, I mean, that, again, you know, I serve on the City of Rochester Zoning Board for the last 15 years. That is a very subjective and really up to the individual board member to say whether it's significant in their minds or not. So that one I would have to say, you know, is based on each one of the board members' idea of significant. So adverse effects on the environmental, I look at that as, does it create any obnoxious noise, lighting, odors? It does not. It's a it's a glorified shed. And I use glorified lately, but it's glorified shed. Self-created, I'll be honest with you, I think I've probably, having been a board member for 15 years in the city, maybe have seen 1% of the cases not self-created. Self-created is almost every variance is the reason why we're here is because it's self-created. So very unique circumstances that something isn't self-created. So, and again, I just ask that the board, you know, take this case on its own merits and, you know, and look to maybe grant lesser relief to the variance. You know, that's a way we tend to address things in the city, lesser relief.
Carrie, were you able to figure out the square footage of what's there already?
I was, bear with me with my, so the item that's labeled frame barn, and again, I'm using using a, what I believe is to be the scale set forth on the drawing. I get a measurement of approximately 40 feet by 30 feet, which would measure 1,200 square feet. The item that's labeled metal garage, I'm getting about 28 by 44. That could be give or take.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Which would be 1,232 square feet. The existing this existing brick frame house, we measure just the
I'm
floor
not
square.
interested in the house, so
That's in the
Well,
application, though, Carrie?
Yep.
I think in my letter of intent, the square footage of the house is indicated. In
And
there.
I look at just the footprint. I'm thinking
Yeah.
for the purposes of lot coverage.
So the barn and the existing garage, between the two of them, have roughly 2,400 square feet.
And change. 2432 by my measurement.
Okay.
And it's just to note the square footage of the lot itself is 97,753 square feet. It's
Right. We don't exceed the lot coverage. That's not in front of the board tonight. So.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Yeah. Well,
you'd have up to 24,000 square feet to get to that point.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Just one, you mentioned lighting. Is there gonna be any type of security lighting out
There
there?
would just be some light fixtures over the exit doors by code, but it wouldn't be the structure itself wouldn't be lit up.
Nothing on at night or there's gonna be on it?
Code requires that those lights be, you know, on over the exit doors in the event of a fire. So they would just be small gooseneck fixtures that was obviously dark sky friendly. I mean, there would be no bleeding of any light whatsoever into the property for something of that magnitude. It's no different than, say, your light at your front door.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
The plan sort of indicates a new driveway going to the barn.
Yep.
That's probably gonna be part of the project.
Yes, that's, right now it's proposed to be a stone driveway. It's very rare that the vehicles get moved in and out of there in the, winter months.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Step right up.
Pete Ruddy, 60 Carlin Drive. Indeed, I did speak to Mr. O'Donnell, and he hit on a couple of the points that I mentioned, or that he mentioned. He did omit to forget to tell you folks about the size was also one topic that I discussed with him, and there was no movement on the size. That's the size that they wanted. I took it upon myself, and I also found one on Zillow. The two-story barn is actually 60 feet by 28 feet, and that was built in 1880. And the storage unit behind the facility is 40 by 30. Those are the exact measurements of those buildings. I'd like to say that Frank has done a wonderful job of cleaning the place up. He's been a good neighbor. He's listened to us. He knocked, in cleaning some of the trees out, he knocked a portion of my fence down. I came home that night. He had a note on the door, please give me a call. And we knocked your fence down. We'll take care of it. Well, before we replaced the fence, it would have fallen down if a good wind came anyway, so we didn't have to take care of it. But our concern is, first of all, the sheer size of the project. It brings some immediate and long-term concerns, as Mr. Hinman had just brought up. It's a 3,200 square foot building, but that's only including the first floor. You're not including the second floor, it was gonna store things too. And even if it's a 10-foot by 8-foot shelf on both sides, that's an additional 1,600 square feet.
Except let me just clarify, the town code only refers to the footprint dimensions. So you could have a 10 by 10 building that would be 6 stories, and it's still only going to be, for the town code purposes, 100 square feet, right?
Except that for garages or
Well, there'd be a
storage,
height problem.
there's a height, there's a height
but-
maximum.
I mean, aside from the height issue, right, you could go up as far as you want, still 100 square feet, 10 by 10.
It measure, yeah, so you measure the footprint as the guidance of what the footprint of the building can be, but our code also sets forth the height restriction as well, so that we don't,
I just wanted to just clarify that.
Okay, but ultimately,
That's why we don't count second stories.
well, they count second story on my house for tax purposes.
Right.
As you had mentioned earlier, the building would be about 3.5 times the size of what the code allows. It's almost twice as big as what my home is. As Mr. O'Donnell had mentioned, when we got the postcard, we came down, got some information from Donna, and my wife and I went out to the field and were measuring things out. If I was to measure my home, my house would go all the way over to my neighbor's house. It would be 2 foot taller and 10 foot wider than my house. And to me, that's just a massive, massive building to be put into a landlocked piece of property. It's landlocked by Deirdre, Carlin, Portland. So the only way in and out of there is through the entrances that are currently there. As I said, the square footage is 500 square feet larger than the principal structure on the home. And as your code says, it's not allowed to be bigger than your home. And we have mentioned that he doesn't even live in the facility. The roof is better than twice the height of the allowable zoning laws. There are two buildings on there currently, which we've discussed, both built in the 1880s, and together there's 2,880 square feet there. It's bigger than both those buildings put together. For a better idea of the sheer size, I'm sure you folks have made it out there, but I have taken some photographs of something that we can hopefully put things in perspective of the DPW building right out here. So when you go on your recess, if you're not sure about the sheer size of what it looks like, you're welcome to go out and take a walk around and take a look at what size that actually is. The long-term concern, as Mr. Hinman had mentioned, is what happens when the property is sold. And everybody that owns property here in Rondequoit, sooner or later, it's gonna get sold. What's gonna go in there? Is it gonna be a hardship, as Mr. Hinman had already mentioned? Is it gonna create a problem that the person's gonna come here and need a variance to put another building up or use it as another U-Haul, something to that degree? This project, very simply put, it's a commercial building in the middle of a residential area. It's as big as some of the buildings on East Ridge Road. I am a painter. I measured Sherwin-Williams this morning. That is about the exact same size as what's going behind my house in my neighborhood for us to take a look at on a daily basis. It's just way too big. We have discussed that with Mr. O'Donnell, and obviously there was no waiver on what they need. I did discuss moving it, but I also discussed downsizing it. It would work better for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Gabriel Gonzalez, 171 Deirdre Drive. My backyard would be facing directly behind this building. To avoid being too redundant about what's already been said, I will just underscore what's already been said. I'm kind of torn about it because I don't want to begrudge somebody who's worked hard his whole life and wants to do whatever he wants to do with his money.
It's just another
At the same time, there should also be a balance with the interests of the neighborhood. And as has been already stated, he's been a great neighbor, and so much so we bought our property because of the pleasing nature of the backyard. I understand Mr. Quarantella is not responsible for my peacefulness, and it's his property. At the same time, I am concerned about the future sellability of the property. That would the amount of storage on this site has already been said, pushes this property in a category that very few people would even be interested in, or even be able to afford to buy. And I'm concerned that it's just going to lay fallow at some point and attract somebody that, even if he doesn't rent out to other people or to, as was some of your concerns that were stated, even if he himself is upstanding and honorable with that property, who's to say the next person that buys it will be? And as you said, would be difficult to police that property in such a way that we wouldn't know who's coming in and out of there, or what's being stored in there, and that kind of thing. So the sheer size of it just doesn't fit the neighborhood. It does take away from the aesthetically pleasing nature of the property, and I would just, if this is going to go forward, I guess my suggestion, I don't know what the plan looks like. I didn't receive anything like that, but would that landscaping be asked of him to put around it or something to make it blend in more? I mean, at the very least, with the nature of the neighborhood, it just doesn't fit. And that's pretty much to avoid being too redundant. That's all I really want to say.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Sandy Ruddy, 60 Carlin Drive. We've touched on a lot of the points, but as my husband stated, Pete, this project brings many concerns. This is way more than a detached garage. It's a very large two-story building that would be nearly twice the size of my 1,716 square foot home. And my neighbors, it would be almost exactly twice the size of my next door neighbor's home at 70 Carlin, and they're 1,662 square feet. So nearly twice of the size of most of these homes. It would be of the homes that surround it. It's about twice the size. It's just a huge building. Again, if the variance is granted, this could open up the door for the property owner to come back again and ask for another variance for another building to be erected and possibly another one. He has the space for it. Look how much it's grown already. His collection. He answered the question, how many cars would be stored in this two-story building? He said 24. My family room is located just 100 feet from where this proposed building location would be. God forbid there should ever be a fire in that structure, and it stores 24 cars and fuel tanks in there, in that 3,200 square foot building, just 100 feet behind my family room. Again, when the property's sold, what could the building be used for? Is the future property owner going to be wanting use variance for a commercial building? It's a unique circumstance if you allow that in there. And I'm sure this future owner could come in here saying that it's causing a hardship for him and he needs to find something to put in there. Could this depreciate the value of my home? Looking right out in my backyard is the side of that building would be 40 feet wide. My lot is 80 by 120. That's half the size of my backyard. 57 feet on the other side of my fence. A 26-foot tall building. I know he said he could possibly lower it. That's still I just spent $4,500 on fence last year that's 6 foot tall. And this is, you're talking 26 foot, maybe 23 foot now. I just feel it's not fair to the neighbors on Deirdre and Carlin and to the one homeowner that's in the same situation as us on the other side, on Portland. Every time, we have to look at this very large building every time we're in our backyards or looking out our back windows. Why should the characteristic of our neighborhood be changed for a property owner's expanding private hobby, especially for a property owner that doesn't even reside at the residence? The gentleman talked about it being a safe place, being on his property. He doesn't live at that site. He doesn't even reside there. He has, apparently it's rental property, I don't know. I've never met the gentleman that owns the house. I will say that yes, he's done a lot of improvements on the barn. The property, he's improved it. Let's see. I just don't see that it's fair for the neighbors that surround the property to have to look at the large building or storage garage on a daily basis, no matter where it is on the property. If it's moved from behind my house or it's moved in the center of the property, we're all still looking at it every day. This large 3,200 square foot building, this red building. And then also, I know I have absolutely no control over this, and neither do any of you or any of my neighbors. But this proposed building would completely wipe out the entire apple orchard that stands on part of that once historic Rudman homestead. And that to me is just very sad. So in conclusion, I ask this board to please not allow a proposed storage building of this size on the property at 1917 Portland Avenue in our R1 residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dominica Sargent. I live right next door to the Ruddys at 70 Carlin Drive. My family and I have lived in this home for over 20 years. I've raised two wonderful kids at this home. The property in question today lies directly behind my house. So if you go out my back door, that metal garage is the first thing you see with now the black trailer in front of it. And the barn is up here. So any new construction, any new garage will directly impact my property value, and the view from the entire back of my house. Every window, every door. So I was going to ask if any of you had visited the property, and I'm glad to hear that many of you have, and some even live nearby. So I thank you for that, coming to at least look at it and see what it's all about. The first point I'd like to address is the change to the character of the neighborhood. The property in question is located in a residential neighborhood, as we all know. It has a farmhouse in the front, along with 2 units of storage alongside and behind the home. The barn on the property is already large and makes quite a statement, along with the smaller unit beside it. To the south of the property, the old repurposed school butts up to it. So if you're looking from my point of view, you're seeing building, 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 building. The church that is there now had a garage built, which is quite, I think, good in size. So that is also there. And again, it butts up to this property on the south side next to the Ruddies. So it feels as if you're enclosed by buildings already. I do agree with my neighbors. I think that what has been done is beautiful. I appreciate the work, the cleaning up. It's nice to look at. It's much better than what was there before. But however, I feel an additional storage unit of this magnitude would give the land a congested, cluttered feel, making it more commercial than neighborhood. As we look out our windows or enjoy time in our backyards with family and friends, we'll be forced to look at lots littered with storage units. One being this big monstrosity that looks out of place in an area filled with homes and families. This is an undesirable change. I ask you board members, if this was built in your backyards, would you like it? Is this a desirable change that you would welcome in your neighborhood? If not, consider how we, our neighbors, surrounding homeowners who will have to look at this massive building day in and day out will feel. I hope that you will provide the same gold standard service for my neighborhood that you would provide for yours. The second point, we've been talking about solutions, maybe moving it. I feel that this building, which is essentially a 2-story parking garage, is just going to be in our backyards, regardless of where you put it. Are there other ways to store his vintage cars that will not lead to the loss in quality of our living or the financial hardship that is sure to come? I know myself and many neighbors keep very nice homes that are aesthetically pleasing both inside and out. Personally, I've updated my home from top to bottom, as have many of my neighbors, who will want to buy our homes when there's a 2-story garage behind it. By granting a use variance such as this, you will be causing financial hardship for those of us who have invested thousands upon thousands of dollars.
I wanted to interrupt because you made reference to a use variance. This is an area
Oh,
variance.
sorry. Thank you. I'm
Just
sorry.
wanted to make sure that the record's
Yes.
clear that we're not venturing into use
Yes.
variance.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
You're welcome.
So, for the area variance, I feel that it will be hard for us to sell our homes when the time comes. And that with the 2-story parking garage, it will not add value to our homes. I highly doubt there are buyers out there looking for a backyard view of a building on both the east and south sides. So another point, 10 properties, I counted 10, I don't know if there's more, are going to be affected because of the desire of one person. Point number 3, if this variance is granted, this 2-story storage building will have an adverse effect on the physical conditions in the neighborhood. We know the views will be impacted, but I feel they'll also be blocked because you're now creating kind of like an alley where we won't be able to see what's going on between those two buildings. We have some issues already with the church and the storage unit. There is some undesirable activity that goes on there sometimes because it's hidden and not seen. So I'm afraid that it's going to start happening now between the buildings if this big building goes up. And just to reiterate again, thank you, it's a place where we want to stay for a lifetime. Arundequoit says, this is a town for a lifetime. If you want residents to stay put and invest in Arundequoit, then please don't take away the pleasure of relaxing and playing safely in our own homes and backyards. We already have 2 additional buildings on this property. The new construction will create space in between buildings that are hidden from view. Again, this will invite those looking to cause mischief and take part in undesirable activity to enter our neighborhood, because now there will be a place where they can hide and not be seen. Please make sure to keep our neighborhood safe for our children, elders, and the entire resident population. And to close, I respectfully ask the members of this board, please think of this as your neighborhood, as your own. Would you welcome this change in your backyard? So please vote as this was your own property on the line. Thank you.
I'm sorry, there was a lady in the front row who indicated, I think, that she wanted to speak. You sure? Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone who doesn't wish to speak in favor or opposition, is neutral on the subject, would like to talk to us about storage, large lots, anything like that?
Good evening. My name is Mike Lubis. I live at 80 Carlin Drive, been there for about 20 years. My neighbors are going to egg my house, and my wife will probably divorce me when I leave here. I neither speak in favor or against it, but ask, what is there in the code that would even begin to allow an additional building on this kind of property, when that property, I believe, and Russ, you would know better than I, that used to be a fruit farm, that used to be an orchard, and there was that old greenhouse back there. That looked miserable, and thank goodness for the new owner to clean things up. But I got a little bit excited in a positive way when it was indicated that the owner would be willing to move the building away from where it is, and the other neighbors that just spoke, I think they have an excellent point. They don't want to be that close or have that kind of a barrage of building facing them every day. However, if it is moved to the other location, then it is in direct sight from across our fence, but much further away. But then again, I ask, is there a problem here, not with the owner, not with the property, not with the idea of the building, or even this thing that blows my mind, how we can buy property to simply store our hobbies and have that affect other people. But is there a problem with there not being a detailed code that would disallow for these kinds of additional structures to be placed even on a 2.2 piece of property? So I'm not looking for an answer.
I'll give you the answer. That's why we're here tonight.
Okay.
The code does not allow it, and he's asking us to allow it and make an exception to the code. So the code is
Says
what
no.
brings us all here. It says no.
It says no.
Right.
Pure and simple.
Yes, and we could say yes, but we have to follow the standards that
And if-
allow us to do that.
And Mr. Hinman, if you do say yes, then is there a way of limiting that yes to, okay, this one time, no other buildings? Or does that then move over to what the next group of folk may say or not say? Is there
Each
any
application
guarantee?
is judged on its own merits.
Every application is on its own merit.
Has to be.
Well, then I would change my my reason for being here. I speak against it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board with respect to this application in any manner at all? Seeing none, we'll give the applicant a chance to come up and respond to the public input.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to respond or rebut some of the testimony that was made by the public, first of all, Pete, I apologize on the size issue. I'm not sure if I caught that in our conversation, but that's, just want to make sure that I clarified that. The one thing I think that the neighbors should really take into consideration is that this building is a lot less intense than what the site would allow development for. There is nothing in the code that would prevent the owner from putting up a 3,200 square foot single family home right there that looks like a barn-styled home. The other point I'd like to make is that under full development of this site, you are going to have anywhere from 2 to 3 vehicles per residence, and you probably could get 7 single-family homes on this site. Should that be the case, none of these properties will enjoy that view off the back of the house. You know, I've often said that oftentimes people come up to the zoning board hearings and are against the case because they're going to lose a view of somebody else's property. I mean, that's why, you know, he owns the property, pays taxes on it. So I would like the neighbors to really consider that right in that location, a 3,200 square foot single family home taller than this could be built there without even coming to the board. So to that end, I think this is a lot less intense use than a single family residential development in this property. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, sir. We'll close the hearing with respect to that matter and move to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next case on the agenda is case number ZB 1809-7. Upon the matter of request by Christopher Wall for area variances to construct a new third-floor addition exceeding maximum permitted height and with less than required front and side setbacks on premises 361 Bayfront Lane North in an R3 residential district.
Hello, my name is Chris Wall. I'm the owner at 361 Bayfront Lane, and Joe O'Donnell is my architect of record.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
The purpose for coming here this evening is to request a variance to add on a third floor to a property I purchased last year. It is down on the bay. The current height restriction is 24 feet in the R3 zone. We are asking for a not to exceed height of 36 feet on the building. And then also to bring it into current code, we're asking for a variance on the front setback of 23 feet and the side setback of 5 feet. It was originally built in 1930 and has been added onto over the years. I purchased it with the current footprint that is in place. The 5-foot setback was back when the lot was only 30 foot wide. There was multiple houses that were to the north of the property, and those had burned down in a fire. Ultimately, those lots were purchased by the previous owner and combined together to form a 90-foot wide waterfront lot. If I go through the different criteria, would there be any undesirable change produced in the character of the
I
neighborhood?
just have a question for you.
Okay, yep, absolutely.
If I'm looking at your application and understanding it, you're not asking to change the front or side setbacks, but just to keep them the way they are.
Just to keep them the way that they are. It's just that they are, the way that the building is currently set is not in compliance with the current zoning regulations.
Right, but the building was built before the zoning ordinance, correct?
Correct.
So they would be grandfathered in because they predate the ordinance, so they don't require a variance if they're pre-existing and non-conforming, isn't that right?
Yes, except when you go to improve the building and either expand or make a renovation, at that point you're modifying or enhancing or adding to what is considered a pre-existing non-conforming. So the minute you alter it, it's in everybody's best interest to bring,
Okay.
the code current.
I got it. Thank you.
And that was thank you to the guidance of the building department to guide me towards that when I originally just had made the request on the 36-foot building height. I don't feel that it would make a detrimental impact on the neighborhood or nearby properties. If you look, I include a picture of the nearby properties. As you look out from the water, there are other multiple houses that have been built in the neighborhood, and actually all the ones near me are 3-story. The benefit sought, it would be possible to expand out into the green area of the yard. One of the things I really liked about the property was the fact that it actually does have a yard and it is on the waterfront. Would prefer to take the extra 600 square feet and put that on top of the existing foundation and not impact the green space and keep the yard. I think that would be good for both myself and the neighborhood. As far as being substantial, I would argue that it's not substantial given that there's other 3-story buildings in the neighborhood. It is 36 feet when the current code is 24 feet. But given the view of the neighborhood and the fact that it is set with the steep hill behind it, it's not blocking anybody's view. As far as having a physical impact on the environment or the conditions of the neighborhood, once again, it's not impacting any of the view from any of the neighbors, and that's also the least impactful way to the property and the space that's there to add the additional space onto the building. And it was not self-created. It's a challenge of being down that neighborhood that was formed many years ago and was purchased like that in that condition. I am also planning on keeping it so the design that we've proposed is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. When I purchased it, it was a 3-bedroom, 1 bath. So we're keeping the same number of bedrooms, not looking to increase the number of bedrooms. And then given that it is down by the water, as far as any concern with adding on additional bathrooms, it is on a sewer system down there, so there is no impact from a septic perspective in the water. So, open it up to any questions.
Okay, well, actually a comment. Okay, I moved into the area just a few years after that big fire.
Okay.
Took out about 7 homes down in the area.
Yep.
And I would say that subsequent years, I've gone down there a lot because I'm a member of the fire department.
Okay.
And I'm glad I wasn't at that fire because there wasn't anything to fight the fire with. That was the problem. Now, there's been a lot of improvements since then.
Sure.
Otherwise, I don't know how anybody would spend one night down there. It's too dangerous. But I am so impressed with all the improvements that are going on over the years. There are some really nice homes down there. And I'm not the slight bit opposed to you wanting to improve your place. And by adding that 3rd story on, it seems to me that it's not going to change the character of the neighborhood because everybody else is doing it too. And it gives you a chance to get some elevation where you can see the bay better and that type of thing. So I'm on your side. You got my vote, and I'm excited about it because it's a good place to do it.
Yep, no, thank you very much. And in the design, there's the fire hydrant that is at the top of the hill and the stairs that are available now. And then also in the design have taken that into consideration. So going with a Boral siding that is fire resistant and actually approved by one of the agencies out in California is one of their recommended forms of siding for a building, and then rock wool insulation on the interior to combat the fire concerns.
Yeah. Good.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, when I visited, I spoke to Mr. Sanfilippo, Tom, and Joan at 290 right next to you. I forgot to write the number down, and also Gordon Neotror at 293, and both of them supported this project.
Okay.
I had spoken with the owner of the vacant lot that is just directly to the north of me, Carrie Brown. She couldn't be here tonight, but she's a nurse, but she had sent a text in support of it.
Is she the woman that owns the property at the top of the hill?
She is, 44 Ravine.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we'll open up to public input. Is there anyone who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Step right up, sir.
My name is Bob France. I own the property directly to the south. I am probably the closest neighbor to Chris. He's graciously shared me with us.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Bob, what number?
359 Bayfront.
Thank you.
Chris has graciously shared with me his plans and hopes. And it appears to me that this is going to be a vast improvement to not only the property, but the neighborhood. It's a very attractive plan that he has proposed, and we're all looking forward to seeing this come to a completion, because again, we're all in favor of what it's going to do for our neighborhood. So again, we're in total support.
Sir? Anyone else to speak in favor of the application?
Hi, my name is Doug Fields at 317 Bayfront Lane North. Saw a few of you, I saw you walk down a little bit earlier, and this gentleman over here. I've seen in the past you folks come down and take a look. I think I met you and your wife walking at some point, I believe, last year. So it is a wonderful place. But when you walk down there are a lot of different homes and different disrepair and improvements and so forth. If you haven't taken that walk, I ask you to do so, because what Chris is doing is a wonderful improvement to this whole neighborhood. And as an association, we talk about how we just would love to make this whole neighborhood into a more welcoming, beautiful utopia, which we all feel it is. It's a vacation every day. We love it down there, except when you have to walk by some houses that you wish would do like what Chris is doing. The third story is not going to block anyone's view. It is a huge hillside. So I think I'm just saying the obvious, just to let you know that another neighbor is completely in support of this project. Thank you.
Were you thinking of 333?
I don't know.
Anyone else wish to speak in favor of the application? Anyone like to speak in opposition to the application? Anyone like to talk to us about 3 stories? Anything like that? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. With respect to this matter, move on to the next item on our agenda.
I have to step down again because I have a conflict.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chairman. If I might make perhaps a suggestion, the next 7 applications on your agenda are all related to microcell installations on replacement utility poles in the right-of-way in proximity to the addresses listed on the on each of the application or agenda items. So what I was going to suggest is perhaps the applicant or the applicant's representative might speak in totality and address the individual issues or items that might be specific to each location, and then we can call each one, but not have him speak 7 separate times.
I was looking at the 49 trees that got sacrificed when the issues seemed to all be the same in each.
And then also for the purpose of seeker, what we might do is I might share with you the comprehensive or the cumulative potential impacts that were explored, and then when seeker is taken up for each item, because each application will have its own part 2 and part 3. It's an unlisted action, and so but I can address the cumulative impacts as a whole, perhaps after the applicant addresses the board and talks about the 7 sites, and what's being requested and why. If that seems fair.
Does.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Jared Lusk with the law firm Nixon Peabody, representing Verizon Wireless. With me is Colin. You just moved seats. That confused me. It's late. I am the gentleman that killed the 49 trees attempting to respond to the zoning requirements for wireless telecommunications facilities in the town of Arundecoy.
Understood.
As I said before the,
Is the gentleman going to be part of the presentation?
I wouldn't think so unless you like, why don't you swear?
Excuse me,
Raise your right hand.
do we need to call the item for the public hearing though, just to open it up before, Mr. Lusk starts speaking from a procedural standpoint?
Also announced 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14? Sure.
Okay.
There's 7 hearings open at one time.
So 7 hearings opening.
We multitask.
Is ZB 1809-8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, upon the matter of request by Nixon Peabody, acting as agent for Bell Atlantic Mobile Systems of Allentown, Inc., doing business as Verizon Wireless for area variances to co-locate a microcell wireless telecommunications facility on a replacement utility pole located in the right-of-way with less than required clear zone in the front of 1862 Hudson Avenue, near 184 Thorndike Road, near 180 Wimbledon Road, in the vicinity of 11 Daly Boulevard, in the front of 2101 Seneca Avenue, in the front of 2523 St. Paul Boulevard, in the front of 2924 St. Paul Boulevard, all located in the R1 residential district.
Before the applicant gets started, I got a question I gotta ask. Why are we talking about clear zone?
The way our code is written, this is,
I realize, I read the code. It says that you gotta have a clear zone, the height of the tower.
correct.
There's only one of these that doesn't have that clear zone. I think.
The public right-of-way is one of the items that you have to be in the clear zone, you cannot cross over the public right-of-way. The way our code is written, and because all of these are located in the public right-of-way, by virtue of being there, they're violating the clear zone, just based on the way our code is written.
That's not what I read in the code. But I'm not gonna argue with you about that. Are we more concerned with setbacks than clear zones? I mean, shouldn't this be a variance for a setback?
There is no setback associated, and,
Yes, there is.
The setback is the clear zone.
correct.
Setback is a clear zone, but I think the variance should be for the setback, not for a clear zone.
I would say, so I should also introduce myself. My name is Laura Smith. I'm with Hardesty, Crest, and Emery, and we serve as attorney for the town. So I'm here on the 3rd Tuesdays of the month, but I was able to come advise on this since Nixon, the typical deputy town attorney, is clearly conflicted out. So the setback requirement, I guess, is the nature of your question, what section of the code is this seeking relief from?
Well, yeah, I guess, because I would say that they should be seeking it from 135F,
Rather than
one.
134.
rather than,
B.
yeah.
So that I would say is a determination by the code enforcement officer. I wouldn't say it's erroneous to say it's 134B, since 134B is setting what the clear zone means. But the ZBA in its appellate, the ZBA does not have the ability to question the code enforcement officer's jurisdiction without an appeal before it.
All right, that's fine. I just wanted to.
So I'd say 134B would not be an error for the ZBA to review, and whether it's 134B or 135F,
It's, 135F1.
I believe has this, the
that talks about
ZBA
the
is seeking the
setbacks.
same question of whether or not should it be reduced and not meet the setback, which the setback is the clear zone. So it's the same question.
Can the pole be there?
Can the pole be there?
Okay.
Can it be behind setback? But I think that's an,
Just
that
to
is
its
an
basic
excellent
form, it's, can these poles
question.
go where
Yes,
they want to
can
put
the
them?
poles go where they want?
And there's one other question related to code. the code is very specific in there that says it should be fenced. Any telecommunication tower is to be fenced. And we should be giving them a variance. Obviously, we can't fence off those utility poles.
The other thing, Brad, is that, or Mr. Upson, the telecommunication regulations were drafted at a time when the only type of telecommunication tower there was a standalone tower either on the top of a already tall building or a tower that was freestanding and erected in the 200 to 400 foot range. And so then the issue of a fence was required, but we certainly could add that to the list of variances if that's something that's stated as a requirement, so that we're giving that relief as well.
I think we should do that.
The telecommunication code was not conceived at a time where microcell was even a thing, and so we're having to apply our existing code to meet emerging technology, and the code hasn't quite caught up yet. So we're doing our best to.
So that's something the building department will review and make a determination on,
In terms of,
whether or not a variance is required.
okay,
I think if I understand it correctly, tonight, we're going to either vote to allow them to put the poles there with a variance for any and all requirements that, they would violate by being there, or not.
yes,
I just want to be,
So if it needs a fence, if it needs a guy wire, if it needs to be moved or whatever, we're saying, no, it doesn't. They can do what they want, or yes, they have to, because we're not gonna let them have a variance, right?
my understanding is they're seeking the variances needed to be able to put a replacement utility pole with a microcell facility at the top of it. And so we identified the fact that they were in the clear zone by virtue of being in the public right of way.
So we can amend it to be clear zone, side setback, and fencing requirements, right?
Yes.
You okay with that?
I would like to understand, I'm not opposed to it, but I'd just like to understand what provision says we're required to have fences at the base.
If there is one. Do you have
There
a
is one.
problem in getting a variance from it?
I do not.
I can cite, I'll tell you what it is.
So let me just,
Section 235, 135H3 specifically reads, all communication towers and guy wires, if applicable, shall be enclosed by a fence no less than 8 feet
so,
or sufficiently protected.
okay, yeah, we're sufficiently protected. And so I think that's how we
That's what
respond.
all right.
But you don't have a problem if we grant you variance from that as well, right?
Correct, if the board determines, if somebody determines that they're not sufficiently protected without the fence.
All right. And you have a gentleman with you. Can you raise your right hand, state your name again, please?
Colin Fazio.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Then for any of you who are wondering why Mr. Lusk isn't required to be sworn whenever I required every other applicant to be sworn, that's because Mr. Lux is an attorney, and the rules of ethics that guide us would put his license in jeopardy if he were to make false statements to this board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the Zoning Board of Appeals. First things first, I heard you indicate, the question is whether or not we would be allowed to place the poles there. The poles are placed by the utility company and are there, will be replaced, and are not subject to review by the board. The only question before the board is whether they're going to allow us to install the antennas on the poles.
Top of the poles, right?
Are they actually, I believe, on the side of the poles?
But on the poles.
Right, not whether we're gonna actually install the poles, that's outside of the jurisdiction of the board, that they are installed by Rochester Gas and Electric and or Frontier, and so if they wanna install a 40-foot pole, for example, they have every right to do it without permission. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear for the record, really what the request is. I think Ms. Ivers indicated correctly. We're here for two reasons. One, I'm sure at least on one of the applications, tab F is the RF report from Verizon Wireless RF engineer indicating to you why we are building these 7 antenna sites. Verizon's existing Seneca Towers and Hoover Road sites are at capacity. In order for us, if you look at tab F of the report, look at the way some of you are looking at it, I'm not sure, maybe you are clear what I'm referencing. It's the same report for all 7 of them because it lays out again, I'm trying to be close to the mic, so please tell me if you can't hear. The reason why the 2 sites are required are those 2 sites are operating at capacity. And we provided the graphs indicating that for your indication. Page 6 of tab F, you can see the line graph that shows the coverage. The red line being the maximum amount of traffic that the wireless facility can handle. And the blue line indicates the amount of traffic that varies from time to time depending on what's happening in the world around the tower or the facility. But again, we're at capacity. That's the Seneca Towers. The next page on page 7 is the Hoover Road site behind St. Paul Boulevard Fire Department. Again, that goes through various states of usage, but you can tell over the last months, July to July, that it's gone through various stages of overuse and over the red line, the maximum allowable use. So our goal here is to try with this area, and if you look on page 10 of the facility, or excuse me, of tab F, our series of pictorial representations. Those are what we call radio frequency plots. The blue or purple, depending on how you interpret that color, is Verizon's existing facility. The Hoover Road is in the upper, looking at the left side graph, plot. Hoover Road is in the upper right-hand corner, and Seneca Tower is in the lower left-hand corner. You can see the coverage that's there. The Walmart Rochester, that is a microcell on that site. That's not a macro. So you can see that, and the Irondequoit Wegmans is here as well. What you see here is that the coverage in this area doesn't reach into the residential neighborhood where we are. The white is the lack of reliable coverage. The plot to the right is when we put our respective microcells, we are filling in the hole, so to speak. The 2 yellows, Irondequoit microcell, the Irondequoit Wegmans that's on the roof of the Wegmans store has to be upgraded to provide this frequency, additional frequency. And there's an additional site that we are still seeking to locate. So those 2 are yellow, but you'll see the green is where we are, what we're proposing together. The 2 yellow are in process. And our goal here is to fill that hole and provide, when we do that, the traffic from that immediate vicinity will now be handled by those microcells and not from the Hoover Road and Seneca Towers site. So in essence, we're taking that traffic off of those sites and providing additional capacity for the towers that are operating.
And I thought it was just my phone in that area.
It was just your phone?
I drop a call every time driving home on St. Paul Boulevard.
Now you know why.
Now I know why. Now I know why.
Well, does anybody, with that statement, does anybody have any questions regarding the problem that Verizon is trying to solve?
In order for people to keep talking, you need more towers.
So it's more than talking, but in order for them to do whatever they do with their phone and their wireless telecommunications antennas.
In the packet, there's one page that actually shows a pole with what looks to be your equipment on it.
Correct.
It's actually a terrible picture. Just wondering if you had something a little more clearer that we could view.
Actually, G has a
G
better
Hill?
picture.
Okay. All right, there you go. Thank you.
Maybe the product of copying those a number of times. So this is why we're doing it, and so the RF engineer for Verizon looks and says, in order for this to do, each one of these microcells, which again, let me provide you the context. The antenna is about 28.7 inches tall, about the size of a 5-gallon pail, and installed on the side of the the side of the utility pole, roughly, again, it varies for each pole depending on the surrounding electrical utilities, roughly about 30 to 35 feet above ground level, varying in those 7 poles. But again, roughly that far off the ground, and again, about the 5-gallon pail attached on a bracket to the side of the utility pole, just above the existing primary or electric RG&E lines. So again, included with that antenna is a small, when I say small, 3 feet by 2 feet cabinet that gets attached to the side of the pole, roughly about 15 or 20 feet above ground level, so people can't get access to it, that has the little radio in there that operates the frequency on the pole. And there's the wiring and other what I want to call the fiber connections are there as well, but it's relatively minor in terms of what it is, and the series of these 7 poles at the different locations together will provide coverage to that area. They're all sort of independent from one another, but the coverage from each one of those poles, again, can vary based on the surrounding trees, etc., but roughly is about 500 feet in each direction. So the purpose, so you can understand why we need to sort of space them in a certain grid-like pattern to fill that hole. We're also limited, of course, RG&E, Frontier, they have certain equipment on their poles. So if there's a pole with rather what I call the large transmission, what's the word? Transformers, I'm sorry, it is late. On those, we are not permitted to be there because of weight, and we need to be where they don't need to be. So if they're at the top of the poles with the transformers, we aren't there. So there is a limit to the poles that we can go on, and you overlay the grid pattern that we're on based on the various available poles that are there. Again, if you look at tab O that I provided, there's a structural certification from an engineer indicating that each of the poles has sufficient structural capacity to handle the equipment. The cabinet itself that I described to you is about 3 feet by 2 feet. It weighs approximately 300 pounds. Again, minuscule compared to a lot of the transformers and other equipment that are on the utility poles. And the antenna, again, is up at approximately 30 to 35 feet off the ground, mounted on an L bracket from the side of the pole. I don't know if anybody has any specific questions about the projects, how they're designed. They're substantially similar in each site, again, varying only, same equipment, just where on the pole it is within that 30 to 35 foot range.
Does your propagation chart or your propagation plan include future growth for the area or future capacity, or will we be coming back for this?
In terms of future capacity in this area, well, again, these are necessary to operate Verizon's 4G and future 5G network. They are designed to be able to, the antennas to operate the future 5G network that you're hearing about and reading about that's coming in the short term. But again, this should be, once these are in, Verizon's all 4 of their frequencies are being operated that they currently operate. Okay. And so that's 4G. Is the 4 frequencies. There will be other frequencies that they use for 5G, but again, these antennas are designed to be able to transmit that. We were before the planning board several weeks ago, and they recommended unanimously approval. Again, the problem here, some people might argue that we are putting them on utility poles, and the alternative here is another macro site. We do this on the utility poles coupled with the other utility infrastructure on the utility poles in lieu of a large macro tower. There are no other towers to co-locate on in this vicinity. And again, these antennas need to be where the residents are, where they are drawing the network usage from people's homes. And so in order for us to deliver this service, we need to get within that proximity if we're going to deliver that service in that gap that's described in the application.
Any other
questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we'll open it up to public input. Is there anyone who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Step right up.
Excuse me, Chairman. For the purposes of the record, we might need folks to indicate if they're interested or concerned about a specific location so that we can assign the public hearing input and testimony to that particular case.
My name is Philip Linder, 108 Maplehurst Road. I took a stroll down to the site for number 13, 2523 St. Paul. Yes, there is a pole there already. It's just a support pole for guy wires. The house there is for sale. I don't know what the situation is with that, but if there's any complaint about, well, there'd be a pole there and I'd have to look at it, there's already a pole there that needs replaced because it's leaning over. My reception in the area, I'm a Verizon customer myself. They're not paying me to do this. I get maybe 2 bars a lot of times. At first I thought it was radio frequency or electromagnetic interference from the wiring in my home. I recently found out that if I walk out to the street, it doesn't get any better. So I'm in full support of this myself. It's going to improve my service.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hello, my name is Chris Henning. I live at 113 Schofield Road West. I got the notice in regards to 2523 St. Paul. However, there's a few areas that could certainly impact beneficial to me. The Daly Street, I believe, is close to my address, as well as the Wimbledon address. So, one thing I wanted to, or a few things I wanted to mention about this, let's see, sorry, I wrote this all down on my phone. For my home service, for cell phone service, or for a home phone, it is my cell phone. That is also my only form of internet connection, which, maybe I shouldn't share this, but that is also how, you know, like, that's my alarm system. I depend on a good cell service. There are times where I've actually had to dial emergency services in my house, and I have not had a good signal. I've gotten dropped calls. So it's very important to me that I have better service in these areas. Now, the one thing that I know some people in opposition may be concerned with, and as somebody that's a big tech geek, you know, there's this big marketing term about 4G and 5G. Now, those are marketing terms. A lot of people don't understand that between AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, those are actually different frequencies, anywhere ranging from 600 megahertz, and I believe, the engineers could say otherwise, but I believe it's 600 megahertz up to 6 gigahertz. I know a lot of people are concerned with the health hazards that you can, that could be impacted by having these antennas near your house. Now, there's a lot of information online that I believe, anyway, are some scare tactics that don't necessarily have all of the details. So if you are going to take some of this information into account, please make sure you check your sources to make sure that you're actually referencing what frequencies Verizon will be using in regards to their marketing term of 4G and 5G. Because the frequencies that I think that people are concerned about are not the frequencies that will be on these micro towers, most particularly in regards to, people concerned with getting cancer from radio waves. As the other gentleman said too, I have walked outside of my house, and I have also tried to put cellular repeaters on my roof that Verizon recommended. I did not get better service. I tried a 16-foot pole on my roof, which is, I believe, the regulation. I can't go any larger than that, and I still got the same amount of signal in the house without any benefit, still dropped calls. So for me, it's very important that I have better service, so that I can, live my life and feel comfortable and safe. So thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Hello, my name is Susanna Porter. I live at 44 Wicklow Drive, and I live about 300 feet from the proposed pole in front of 2924 St. Paul. My service right now is great, but my objection is that they're in front of 2924 St. Paul, which is one of those beautiful St. Paul Boulevard homes that makes that boulevard lovely to drive down. Already in front of this one house, there are 3 utility poles, one of those big painted electric boxes, a bus stop, and the crosswalk signals. So there's a lot of junk in front of that house already. To hear we're gonna put more equipment on the pole in front of this beautiful home, it's pretty ratty looking now. I'm just concerned that we're spoiling the look of St. Paul Boulevard, which I think is beautiful. That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to this application? Step right up, ma'am.
I live at 148 Thorndike Road, and
Your name, please?
Lorraine Rogers. And I think I'm more concerned about the aesthetics of the pole. If I look out, I'm not a Verizon customer, maybe that's the reason why I sort of resent the fact that this is going to happen in my line of vision. When I look out my door, I'm going to be seeing some ugly, and how ugly is this equipment going to be? I mean, is it going to be something that's not really going to be adding to the neighborhood? It's going to be something so ugly that every time you go out and you're going to think, God, that's an ugly pole. It's got so much stuff on it. It's probably silly, but that's the way I feel about it right now. Our neighborhood has changed so dramatically, and I think it's getting to a point where the trash pickup is on Monday. Somebody else comes by picking up trash on Tuesday, and somebody else comes back for trash on Friday. And it just seems as if the neighborhood is becoming sort of tacky. And I don't think that this is going to add anything to the area.
You asked what it would look like. I'm passing down to you the Exhibit M to the application relating
I'd
to
appreciate it.
Thorndike. It's a picture of what it looks like now, followed by a picture of what it will look like with the equipment on that they're talking about. Sure.
None of us know what this looks like.
Now, step right up. Everybody can step up and look at it.
See, I'm not the only.
I don't know what it looks like. See what it looks like.
Yeah, there's down there too. Are the kids going to be able to get at that? I mean, on Thorndike Road, we have kids going back from school, up and back from school.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna ask that if, certainly welcome to look at the drawings, but if you wanna make any comments for the record, we're just gonna need everybody to come up to the podium to do that.
How many are there going to be? Not very attractive. Thank you.
I'm Erin Kagoro. I'm at 2740 St. Paul Boulevard, and we live right next door to 11 Daly Boulevard. And I don't know any of, my concern is the health issues. And I'd only know what, you read. And so I guess I'd just like you to, when you're voting on this and looking into this, if there are health issues, to make sure you're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Sarantis, 2885 St. Paul Boulevard. We're very close to the 2924 address at St. Paul and Titus. I agree with the woman who said there's all kinds of things there on the corner it does look kind of pretty bad. And by the way, that house is for sale and hasn't sold yet, I don't think. So my concern was what it was gonna look like, and I appreciate that we got to see the picture of what it's gonna look like, and also the health concerns as well. I mean, we're talking about putting a lot of them, they're all up right around, obviously, all of our homes. And so I don't know, the young man who spoke about that there really might not be health concerns, but you do wonder. I don't really know. I would agree with the woman who just spoke that please look into that because, you know, we all live there. It's a very pretty congested, area with a lot of people living there. Thank you very much.
All right, well, let me just, I had asked the attorney question and she's confirmed for me what I thought was the case, and this is from 47 United States Code 332, Title 47 Telecommunications. This is a statute passed by Congress. And it states in part, no state or local government or instrumentality thereof, which would be us, may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commissioner's regulations concerning such emissions. And in an earlier section, it states that the regulation of the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities by any state or local government or instrumentality thereof, which again would be us, shall not unreasonably discriminate among providers of functionally equivalent services and shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. So the two questions that I have based on that, Mr. Lusgard, number one, I'm going to assume, but I'd like you to verify that the facilities that you're talking about putting on these poles comply with the commission's regulations concerning radio frequency emissions.
Tab N of each application is a letter from the radio frequency design engineer indicating same.
You'll pardon me if I forgot that.
No problem, I'm good with that.
And that if I gather correctly from the report, which I think was F, about the radio, the coverage, denial of the applications would have the effect ultimately of perhaps prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services since you wouldn't be able to meet the demand. Is that
Reliable, correct. We do have service in the area, but not reliable. Some
reliable? Okay. Is there anything that you wanted to address?
Again, aesthetics are, just to be clear, the cabinets themselves are about 2 feet by 3 feet. They are a tan earth tone to blend with the facility to the extent that you can. Again, I need you to.
How high up the pole are they going to be placed?
They are 10 feet above ground, the bottom of it. The middle of it's 12 and 11 and a half feet. They're 3 feet tall. So the bottom's 10 feet off, top of it's 13 feet off.
So to vandalize it, you'd need about a 10-foot ladder?
Yes, no different than the other equipment that are on utility poles throughout the neighborhood, including the walk, don't walk, stuff, the traffic control things, and other cable boxes that are no more than 10 or 12 feet off the ground.
All right, the reason I ask is because Mr. Upson had brought up that question about the fencing. It says, or sufficiently protected from trespassing or vandalism by other acceptable means. So if these are at least 10 feet off the ground or higher, they wouldn't be any lower than 10 feet, right?
Correct. They're not any, they do that, Verizon doesn't want anybody touching their equipment, and for that reason, they're where they are.
Intended to prevent them from being touched, which would prevent vandalism and that kind of thing?
Correct.
Or somebody tapping into it?
Correct.
Anything else that you wanted to add to your presentation based on?
Nope, the health issues are, I think you covered those, and the aesthetics, again, are relatively minor in the context of the overall utility poles themselves and the other utility uses in the vicinity of those poles.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we are going to be in recess for 10 minutes. We'll be resume at 10:35. Anyone here still for the Creekside Drive application? Anyone here, is the applicant still here for 8 Colwood Drive? 2256 Hudson, ESL. .307 Pert Avenue. 1917 Portland Avenue. Well, you're not the applicant, though. Sorry about that. 361 Bayfront Lane. 8 through 14 is present.
We gotta do each one of those separate?
Well, we're gonna sort of combine them in that, is what I'm understanding. We're gonna do something with a group seeker and then a breakout into individual or something like that, right? We'll get to that. All right, so with respect to the application pertaining to, oh, I gotta get my sheets here, I'm sorry. 3736 and 3746 St. Paul Boulevard. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does anybody wish to make a motion with respect to this application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the variance for the 3736, 3746 St. Paul Boulevard with regard to the shared parking. Based on the following findings, first of all, there will definitely be no change to the character of the neighborhood by sharing the parking at these two places. If there is an alternative that would not require a variance, I don't know what it would be, because we're talking about the sale of property, so they have to have that in place to make that work. It's not a very substantial request, since the Sunset House only has 3 or 4 cars at a time over there, and there would be no effect on the physical or environmental conditions if this variance is granted, and it's not self-created, because we're talking about the exchange of properties, so there is absolutely nothing negative about this particular request for variance, and I move that we approve it.
I'll second it.
Heard Mr. Upson first. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions, nobody's absent. We are all present. Next item on the agenda tonight, for which an applicant is still present, is the application pertaining to 361 Bayfront Lane North. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does anyone wish to make a motion with respect to this application?
I'll make a motion, let me get to it though. 361 Bayfront North. I'd like to make a motion, that we approve this, and I do not believe it's gonna change the character of the neighborhood. I don't believe it's a substantial request, because there are quite a few homes now that, will look similar to it in height. The setbacks for the side, or the front setback and the side setback, were that way prior to. I mean, it's an old neighborhood, and it's, he's not actually changing the footprint of the building. Again, I don't believe it's a substantial, and it will not hurt the environmental impact of the neighborhood. Based on the criteria, I believe we should approve this.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor. No opposed, no abstentions. We all continue to be present. The next application for which, on the agenda for which the applicant remains present is 1862 Hudson Avenue, 184 Thorndike Road, 180 Wimbledon Road, 11 Daly Boulevard, 2101 Seneca Avenue, 2523 St. Paul Boulevard, and 2924 St. Paul Boulevard, numbers 8 through 14 on the September agenda. So with respect to this, Carrie had some idea about how to approach the seeker process. She ran upstairs quickly. All right. Let's see.
You have a highlight.
Please.
So the issue for the board's consideration that we'd like to discuss with seeker is there's the idea of segmentation. So the idea of these are 7 separate projects, and the impact of those 7 separate projects should be thought of independently. But then also, because the 7 are coming together, the board should be aware of how the 7 as a whole could impact the environment. So almost not losing each individual tree for the forest, in addition to looking at each individual tree. So the, part 2 here, that Carrie's getting, we're doing seeker. I was giving a poor explanation of.
And I'd be happy to give you
Is that for Verizon?
what are we talking about for?
For Verizon.
Oh, I apologize. Don't ignore what
I have a question.
don't disregard what I just handed you. I can give a description.
That won't be a problem, but I have a question about the 1862 Hudson Avenue, because I haven't gotten to the others yet. But it says it's located in an archaeological sensitive area.
So much of the town of Arundequite is actually designated in what is deemed a sensitive archaeological area. However, guidance from SHPO, that's the State Historic Preservation Office, that maintains that record and oversees activities in those archaeological sensitive areas, has demonstrated that in places where it's already a built environment or previously developed, which would be the case in the right-of-way or existing building lots, and certainly where telephone poles might be or utility poles might be located. In those places, it's very unlikely that you would uncover archaeological significant artifacts or anything to the like that would need to be protected, and so therefore there's a little to no potential adverse impacts to those features.
Oh, okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
That'd be like dinosaur fossils, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Look for them in my backyard, I guess. So, we need to do a seeker on each one of these applications, correct?
Yeah, so because they're each an individual application, each one will need a part 2 and part 3, which you have before you. They are organized by the application number at the top, so ZB 1809-8 through 1809-14, 13. I may have added one in there.
Found them.
They're 13, I believe is the end. No, I'm right, 14. Through the 14. And so each one will outline the sort of the individual circumstances, which will reference the height of the new proposed utility pole, referencing clearance zones and proximity to other things. However, when we look at this, we want to look at it in its totality, and so the board should, in advance of looking at the individual applications and the potential impacts or environmental impacts associated with the individual, also want to weigh in and take into consideration the cumulative impact of them in collection, because they're being advanced and potentially constructed at the same time, for lack of a better word. So the location, it's one of these are all one of 7 being proposed by the applicant. The installations can be coordinated as to minimize temporary impacts associated with construction, travel lane closures, sidewalk closures, and the like. And those types of impacts are temporary in nature, only associated with the construction. Additionally, the location of the poles, while concentrated in this northwest area of the town, are interspersed enough to limit the potential impacts to the neighborhood character and any visual impacts. It's utility poles going where utility poles currently sit. And additionally, since these are replacements,
These are the same poles, right?
no, they're actually physically,
They're gonna be different poles?
I believe they're replacement poles
Okay.
in the same location. And certainly, and they're just a little bit taller at each location.
Okay, I thought they were using the same pole.
Yeah, I think for their,
You have this all written out, right?
that is, and it's on your, each one addresses those cumulative impacts as well, but wanted just to talk to the board about it in advance of you taking them up, as, each item, so that you could be thinking about the potential for cumulative, impact associated with all 7. And what I'm sharing with you is that based on the information as presented, it doesn't appear that there would be any large or adverse impacts from a cumulative perspective.
And other than the address, I believe that
The thing that changes in each one that's specific to the application or the location is the physical address that it's either near or in the vicinity of, and also the potential height of the pole and the increase in height from what's there now to what would be there in the future. And in all cases, the height of the new pole is less than the distance to any of the nearby buildings. In most cases, the nearest building is double the distance of the height of the pole or more, if that makes any sense.
So my question is this: we're gonna start by going through ZB 1809-8, which is the 1862 Hudson Avenue property, and we're gonna look at the Part 2 impact assessment and the Part 3 determination of significance. Assuming we adopt those and make a negative declaration, can we incorporate by reference all of those findings in the next 6 applications, or do we need to go through each of them and we can just accept as to the height and the address?
I would defer to the deputy town attorney or the town attorney who's serving, but in terms of not having to repeat yourself for each one of these,
Because, it's 5
Yep.
of 11.
I think you could make those statements and then indicate in the subsequent decisions that the same applies as the previous.
Okay.
So I would make note for the record that you have the Part 2. I would make note for the record you have the Part 2 and Part 3. You are not required to read into the record what could be put as a document, but I would suggest, if the board is in agreement with what staff has suggested as a prepared Part 3, if you read this Part 2 and Part 3 and agree with those findings, do an individual approval of the Part 3 as presented, or as amended, to reflect how the town board how the ZBA feels.
This is an unlisted action, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So, with respect to case number ZB 1809-8 relating to 1862 Hudson Avenue, has everyone had a chance to review the Part 2 impact assessment and the Part 3 determination of significance.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I would move that we determine, based on the information and analysis set forth therein and the supporting documentation submitted with the application, that the proposed action will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The board is still present. I would now make a motion that we grant the application with respect to this, or grant the variance with respect to this application with the following findings of fact. The installation of the additional equipment on a replacement pole that in this instance will be no more than 10, or will be 10 feet higher than the pole that exists now, will not result in any change in the character of the neighborhood. There is not an alternative that would not require a variance. It is not a substantial request. It will have no adverse effect on the physical or environmental conditions if granted, even assuming we were allowed to consider that, which I don't believe we are. And since it meets the commission's standards, and it is not a self-created situation. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The board is all still present. Next application or item on the agenda for consideration is the application pertaining to the pole near 184 Thorndike Road. This is also an unlisted action. I would again move that we adopt the information set forth in Part 2 and in Part 3. In this case, the increase in the height of the pole would be 9 feet as opposed to, I think it was 10 in the last one. Does anyone, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We're all still present. I'll make the same motion that I made with respect to the last application before us, with the same findings. Does anyone wish to second?
I'll second that one.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. Next application is with respect to case ZB 1809-10. This is an unlisted action for seeker purposes. Again, I would make a motion that we make a negative declaration adopting the information set forth in Part 2 of the impact assessment form, and in Part 3 of the form, the height. In this instance, this relates to a pole in the vicinity of 180 Wimbledon Road, with the new pole being 4.5 feet taller than the existing. I think, Mr. Trevis, did you second that one?
I did,
I
yeah.
thought so.
Yep.
I'm gonna get everybody in tonight. All those, any discussion?
No, sir.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. I will also make the same motion that I made a few minutes ago with respect to the last application, that we grant the variance with the same findings. Mr. Travis, did you second that?
You did, yeah.
Thought so. All right. Any discussion?
Beat me to it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. Next item is the case ZB 1809-11. This is surprisingly an unlisted action, and I will make the same motion with respect to this application that I made with respect to the last 2 or 3 applications, that we adopt the findings on Part 2 of the impact assessment form and make a negative declaration based on the information set forth in Part 3. This application, it relates to a pole in the vicinity of 11 Daly Boulevard with a 9-foot increase in height. I thought I heard Mr. Upson second this one, yep. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The board continues to be present. I will again make a motion, as I did in the other cases, that we approve this variance with the same findings of fact as in the other cases. And Mr. Upson, you seconded that?
I do.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions, and we all continue to be present. The next application before us is case number ZB 1809-12, which again is an unlisted action for seeker purposes. Again, I would make the motion that I made with respect to the preceding several applications. This time I thought I heard Mr. Antini second that, right?
I second.
I thought so. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. We all continue to be present. I will make the same motion that I've made with the previous cases, that we approve the application with the same findings as were made with respect to those applications.
I'll second.
I thought so. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. The next application on the agenda is case ZB 1809-13. This also is an unlisted action for seeker purposes, and again, I will make a motion that we adopt the information set forth on Part 2 of the impact assessment form and Part 3 of that form. This property, or this pole, being in the vicinity of 2523 St. Paul Boulevard with a proposed 9-foot increase in the height of the pole. I thought I heard Mr. Thomas second this one.
Yes, you did.
I thought so. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The board continues to be present. Motion carries 7 in favor, No opposed, no abstentions. Everybody's present if I didn't say that already. With respect to the application, I would make a motion that we grant the variance with the same findings and, as in the previous applications. Is there a second? Mr. Thomas?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. The next item on the agenda is case number ZB 1809-14. This is also a unlisted action for seeker purposes. I would make a motion that we make a negative declaration with respect to this based on the information set forth in Part 2 of the impact assessment form that was provided to us, and that we adopt as findings the information set forth in Part 3 thereof, which is the same as in the previous motions, except this relates to a tower in the vicinity of 2924 St. Paul Boulevard, which will have a 5-foot increase in height.
Second.
Well, I thought I heard Mr. Evans second it.
Well, you may have.
Yeah, I thought I did, yeah.
Too slow.
He was too slow? All right, just spread this all around. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. I will make another motion that we grant the variance in this case, based on the same, findings as in the other 6 cases that immediately preceded it. I think I heard Mr. Evans seconding that, right?
Second.
Yep. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Could be an auctioneer, Mr. Hinman.
I'm glad there are only 7. Yeah.
Glad you said that, Michelle.
All right, switching gears to the applications for which the applicants have already departed. Given, we're gonna deviate from our normal practice though. And we're going to go to, since the only people present are interested in 1917 Portland, which would otherwise be last, I'm not going to make them sit through all the other ones that were listed ahead of it. So skipping to the application, case number ZB 1809-6. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. All right. I'll make a motion that we deny the variance based upon the following findings of fact. Granting the application would bring about a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood in that it would introduce what is an otherwise unacceptable storage facility into a residential neighborhood. There is absolutely no alternative that would not require a variance because this entire concept is not in conformity with the town code or the requirements of the district in which the property is situated. This is a substantial request. The size of the building alone is more than any of the structures that are within any reasonable degree of proximity to the property. It would have a detrimental physical or environmental effect if it were to be granted, and the situation is entirely related to the owner of the property and not to any characteristic associated with the property itself. Does anyone wish to second that motion?
Second.
Everybody does.
All right. Mr. Evans? All right, okay. Is there any discussion?
Yes, there is. This was a fair portion of our meeting tonight, about this. We had the greatest input, had a lot of ideas, that type of thing. Now, I believe that Mr. Quarantello is a reasonable person, and everybody is very much impressed and in favor of what he's already done. This one is it's a whole different ballgame. And I was thinking in terms of, I don't know how you do it, but tabling this to give us an opportunity to meet with him and talk about this, because I feel that if our people in the neighborhood were able to get together with Frank and go over our objections and our concerns, it would be a better job than leaving it up to the gentleman who was representing him tonight. Not that I don't trust him. I don't know if I trust him or not, actually, to tell you the truth, because he was taking a lot of information. But I think that in fairness to all parties, because I'm sure he has a pretty good investment in these plans, just in getting those out, to be able to sit down, discuss, modify, and come up with a reasonable solution. And then if not, then not, But that's my suggestion, that we table it.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think we had a number of neighbors all the way around that there wasn't one that spoke for it. Again, we've had these issues with some large garages, large storage buildings, and in an R1 district, I think we need to, stay with our initial finding that it's not in the right place. And all, the one lady had said earlier, would you want it next to your house? And I wouldn't. And I guess you really have to take that into consideration, especially with all the neighbors all the way around them. Basically, did not. There wasn't one that wanted it. So I don't want to encourage him to come back to us and try a different configuration. I think that would be a waste of his money, in my opinion, and I wouldn't go for that. So,
Well,
I agree with the findings and your motion.
with respect to the question of would you want it next to your house, I don't think that's an appropriate standard for us to use, because it's not whether we would want it next to our house. It's whether or not the applicant has submitted enough information to satisfy the criteria to have a right to have a variance from the requirements of the code. While I certainly understand and appreciate the sentiment about the effect it would have on the view, we've had that with respect to other applications, such as the Densmore property and the project down by the river. And my sentiment on that has always been that if you want to protect your view, you buy the property that you view, because once somebody else owns it, within the restrictions that the codes place on them, they're entitled to use their property in the way they wish to, just the way you are on the property that you own in the way that you want to. What separates this application out, though, for me, is the town has a requirement that we generally allow 900 square feet of storage property, square footage of storage on a facility. He already has about 4 times that. And to grant this application, which is, it's not in any, it's not like the applications for the people who want to put fences in what is viewed as their side and backyard, but the code says is their front yard. And so it's a combination of the code and the use that's tied to the property. This is strictly a personal accommodation, and I do not think that it meets in any respect the criteria for an area variance, and that is why I would, am opposed to it, not based on the, he's done a wonderful job improving the property, he really has, and he's a great neighbor, but he's not going to be there forever. And what is somebody who comes in after him going to want to do with a 3,200 square foot storage facility with 8 car lifts that we've allowed to be constructed on that property? I imagine that our successors would then be met with an application for a use variance because the structure that we allowed to be built at that location cannot be economically converted into residential use or a church or a fire department or any of the other uses, daycare, that are allowed in R1 residential districts, and then it'll be a use variance application because there's 8 car lifts in there. And I just see no reason under the applicable standards how this application meets that. So I do appreciate the neighbors and the view and the fact of next to your house, but I just don't think that's an appropriate thing for us to be taking into account on that.
Mr. Himman, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, I do have one other point. I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head. That's what I was going to talk about as far as down the road, you know, once the property is sold, what's going to happen to it. But and I was kind of talking to Brad, and there is a property, and maybe you can give more insight, and I know it's probably built a long time before these other structures were built, but there is a property that I happened to notice when I was driving by. It's an old, I don't know if it was an old florist shop. It's a brick building. It's near Veronica. It's a
Oh, yes, the west,
pretty big,
west greenhouses. Or
yeah,
building,
pretty
yeah.
big structure. And, you know, and not that I'm for this, because I'm not, but, you know, the applicant could say that that is a, you know, a very similar structure. His may be a lot bigger. I don't know. I didn't get that close to it. I always saw the wise guys sign on the outside of it, and I always wondered what it was. But as I was driving, as Abby and I were driving, looking at the properties, we did notice that.
The Staples building is open now, too.
Yes, yes.
I would also note that there's a new, I found this out the other day, there's an auto museum in downtown Rochester, which, from everything I've been able to figure out, is somebody who has a collection of cars
That was the
similar to
gentleman I
his
was talking about.
that opened them up
CGI.
as a museum, yeah.
Wamback Farms is still open.
He's also got another warehouse downtown where he's got more cars.
Right, so I think there are alternatives available to him elsewhere. Any other discussion on this? All right. All those in favor of the motion to deny the variance, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. Hey, you're welcome. All right, the next application before us is case number ZB 1809-2 relating to 134 Creekside Drive. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does anyone wish to make an application with respect to, or a motion with respect to this application?
I'll make a motion that we approve the fence on Creekside Drive. It is not a deterrent to the neighborhood It is not an environmental issue. It is one of those corner lots that, we have issues with backyard and side yard fences. I do not believe this fence is too close to the road or offensive to the neighbors. It is kind of tucked directly behind her home, and it is a tasteful fence. The alternative is not to put the fence there, but I believe she was replacing an old existing fence that fell down. So, I think we should approve it.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Yeah, she also said that the fence was not on the property. So could we do a finding that it's in the appropriate property, on an appropriate property line? Since it seems like a neighbor, with the irregular surveys or whatever, or is that adjusted?
No, I think it was actually the neighbor's fence that may have been not quite where it was supposed to be. And so,
Does that infringe on her putting?
well, here's the thing, that the application before you is for this property, and so she's able to put it on her property line, and that's what's allowed, to the extent there's not a physical barrier to that, so, I don't think this board can make a condition that would have impacted the neighboring parcel.
Okay, so we're describing the fence based on her appropriate property lines.
Yeah, the variance that we would be granting is that she would be allowed to construct a 6-foot or 5.5-foot high fence.
And
Otherwise, a 3.5-foot fence would only be
Okay.
allowed.
And in this case, she's maintaining what was already put in there.
Right. Which we normally frown upon, but I understand when she had something that she was taking down and replacing.
Correct.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. The next application is case number ZB 1809-3. This relates to the property at 8 Colwood Drive. This is also a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does anyone wish to make a motion? Oh, wait a minute.
I thought we tabled that one.
This one, that's right. This is, the applicant indicated that he was, agreeable to tabling the motion. Does anyone wish to make that motion? Mr. Travis, you want, we're
Yes.
starting to?
Yes. I make a motion that he's tabling the application, so I have to make the motion to table the application.
Yep.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
The public hearing was recessed, right?
Yes, it was recessed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. Seemed to be one form short. Oh, well. The next, item for consideration is ZB 1809-4. This is the, application pertaining to 2256 Hudson Avenue and 25 Grange Place, the ESL, branch. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes.
Actually, may I correct? It's actually, a unlisted action. The planning board served as lead agency in the coordinator review. At their August 27th meeting, they voted and approved a negative declaration for the purposes of seeker. And so this board and the town board under the coordinator review would be, acknowledging that negative declaration that was declared by the lead agency.
Perfect, thank you for clarifying that.
And it's been a long night.
It has.
Feels like we just got here.
Yeah. So, having done that, does anyone wish to make an application with respect to this case, or a motion concerning this application.
Getting a little punchy, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that one.
All right.
I'll make a motion on, 2256 Hudson Avenue, ESNL Federal Credit Union. The frontage variance of 32% should be accepted. I believe with the layout of the building, and the planning board, going through all the applicants' designs, I believe that the variance is not substantial, even though it sounds like it as far as a percentage goes. I don't believe it's substantial. I don't believe it'll affect the character of the neighborhood, and I don't believe it'll affect the environmental concerns of the neighborhood. It is a self-created issue because they're taking and building a new facility. But that being said, I believe we should approve the application as applied for.
I'll second.
Mr. Evans seconded, correct? Oh, you did. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking. All right, any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. Apologize for being a little confused here, but I got some of my sheets seem to have gotten out of order here. I seem to be missing a finding sheet for the Pert Avenue application. Unless I misplaced it up here somewhere. No apologies necessary. It's entirely possible that I'm looking up here, but I. Here by any chance?
You have this one, Jim.
No. I've got their application. I'm just missing the sheet. At the end of each case, there's a record of motion
Oh,
sheet
yeah.
towards the vote, and it has the seeker forms attached and. That's all right. We'll go off of one of the other ones, and then I can sign it later, or you can sign it for me if you like.
Might not even be open.
All right. All right. So we have whatever the number is, the case
307
pertaining
Pert
to 307 Pert Avenue. It's ZB 1809-5. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does someone wish to make a motion with respect to this application?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I'll make a motion that we grant the request for the area variance. As far as possible change to the neighborhood character, I mean, I drove around Pert Avenue, and most people have garages there, so I think it would be a improvement to the neighborhood. Obviously, you know, he wants the garage for himself, but I do think that it would be an improvement to his property and the neighborhood. There really isn't, not that we discussed any alternatives to requiring a variance. The substantiality of the request is not is not out of line. He's only asking for a very small amount of request. The effect on the physical or environmental conditions are irrelevant, and is the situation self-created? Like the gentleman earlier said, most of the situations are self-created, but I think that this, like I said earlier, would improve the gentleman's property as well as the character of the neighborhood. I know one individual expressed some concern about the electrical box, and she felt that the electrical box that was outside was for an individual or a group of people that might have been living at the property at one time, and she just wanted to ensure that the garage was not going to be used for any residential or any rental properties. So that I didn't know if we could put that in there as a condition, that the code enforcement officer could review that and make sure that there was no inhabitants in the garage. But I suggest that we grant the variance based on the facts and findings.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The entire board continues to be present. It is that concludes all of the items that were on our agenda for this evening. There is one other matter to be taken up before we adjourn. Everyone should have received the motion or the draft of the minutes from our meeting on August 6th. Did everyone receive those and have an opportunity to review those? Does anyone have any changes, additions, corrections that they feel should be made? Seeing none, I'll move that we approve the draft of the minutes for our meeting on August 6th, 2018.
Second it?
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion also carries. 7 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. The board continues to be entirely present, and we are now adjourned.
We are?
We are.
Saying Roland and Martin.
We hope you enjoyed this presentation of the Arundecoit Zoning Board on ICAT Government Access. We hope you enjoyed this presentation of the Arundecoit Zoning Board on ICAT Government Access.